Chapter 558. You only know how to flirt, Wang Zijin said as she rolled her eyes. I'm not flirting. I gave you a lipstick worth tens of thousands, and you gave me a small gift worth tens of dollars. I'm not asking for much. Qin Zhe wrapped his arms around Wang Zijin's waist and pressed her against the headboard. His face was buried in her chest, which was not very big but was still quite big. Wang Zijin raised her hand and slapped him twice. Although you're ugly, you wish. TSK, this woman was really naughty. Until today, Qin Zhe still did not think that he could control Wang Zijin. She was too opinionated, and her good education prevented her from being like her sister and shameless Su Yu. There was a saying, I'm not afraid of you being slutty, but I'm afraid of you being serious. After chasing Sister Ziwei for so long, the most outrageous thing he did was that night when she was handcuffed, he took out the 20,000 miles under the sea and rubbed it against her. Host, I have a trick here called Monkey's Intelligence Subtraction. Do you want to try it? The system jumped out again. Such a high-end function, can you do it? Is there going to be another version upgrade? Qin Zhe was shocked. Strictly speaking, I can only interfere with brainwaves, but it's not a true intelligence subtraction. That kind of rule involves the rules of the universe, and it's not something that a normal system can do. The system seriously found an excuse for itself. At this moment, Qin Zhe was very excited. He imagined countless scenarios of time stop. System, if you have this kind of function, then I think it's worth it no matter how many points I spend. Qin Zhe swallowed. Wang Zijin glanced at him with a smug look in her eyes. Sister was indeed charming. She was just lying there without showing off, but A's was already drooling. Well. The system's voice said, it's not that I can't do it, but this function doesn't require points. It requires a huge amount of energy, and it will drain your body. There might even be a bit of backlash. Qin Zhe. No need to explain, I understand. The system was speechless. I never had high hopes for a low-level system, because that would be an insult to my intelligence. The basic operations and skills of other people's cheat-like systems were taboo techniques in his system's eyes. How sad. A's, regarding Purple Crystal's development, I have an immature suggestion. Wang Zijin wrapped her legs around his waist, hugged his back with her small hands, and rested her chin on Qin Zhe's head. Fortunately, she was only a B-rank boss. If she was a D-rank boss like his sister, who was 36 years old, Qin Zhe would have suffocated. Tell me your immature suggestion. Maybe I'll have a bold idea, Qin Zhe said in a muffled voice. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked her chest. Wang Zijin had goosebumps all over. She patted her head lightly and said coquettishly, don't mess around. She gently touched Qin Zhe's head again and said softly, our Golden Shield antivirus users have exceeded 1.5 billion domestically and overseas, and the number of users in the client is even more. Let me tell you a secret, we make a lot of money, even more than Qin Bao Bao's Tianfang and Su Yu's Baoza. But I won't say it, he he he. She smiled like a sly little fox who had stolen a chicken. She squinted her eyes, and her fair and beautiful face had the innocence and sweetness of a girl who had licked a lollipop. Qin Zhe was speechless. Making a fortune in silence, pretending to be poor. This was very Wang Zijin. And then, what's your immature suggestion? Qin Zhe asked. Don't you want to ask how much money we've made? Wang Zijin was stunned. She was still waiting for Qin Zhe to ask, and then she would throw out a shocking number to receive her boyfriend's praise. Money isn't important, as long as you're happy. Qin Zhe said, do you know, the moment I met you, I heard God whisper 4 words into my ear. Wang Zijin asked instinctively, what 4 words? Qin Zhe said, you can't escape from your doom. Wang Zijin stared at him blankly, her eyes gradually blurring. Lighting, shine it over here. Cameraman, focus the camera over here. Waha, good acting skills were indeed a godly skill in picking up girls. He didn't ask how much money he had made. He was the one who gave the purple crystals to Wang Zijin. No matter what happened in the future, he was the one who gave the purple crystals to Wang Zijin. It might be worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, but Qin Zhe didn't care. He had the confidence to not care. Even if he didn't have the purple crystals, he still had Tianfeng and Baozhe. Even if he failed in the end and lost everything, he still had the system. It was a little low, but it was still the system. You couldn't treat the system that was kicked out of the group as the system. What if he didn't have the system? Would he be willing to give the purple crystals to Tianfeng? Would he be willing to give most of the shares to Suyu for free? Don't mess around. It was impossible for Salted Fish Zhe to hook up with the two goddesses. Salted Fish Zhe's fate was to be a silly boy under his sister's legs. No, he couldn't even get his sister. Forget about each other and live a peaceful life. That was his and his sister's fate. So I still have to thank you, low system. Every time Qin Zhe reminisced about the past, he would silently thank the system from the bottom of his heart. Many times, but every time, he felt the same gratitude. The more salted fish he was in the past, the more grateful he was now. There were millions of salted fish in the world, but the system chose me. I accidentally became the saltiest one, hard and salty. I really am a man with great luck. So don't King blabber. I started a harem because of God's will. Hey, I want to make a game. Wang Zijin restrained the emotion in her eyes and said seriously, try a mobile game first. Smartphones are so developed now. An excellent mobile game, the income is not worse than online games, and the cost is less than online games. Qin Zhe nodded slightly. Sister Ziwei seemed to have made preparations. But even if it's a mobile game, it's not easy to do well. There are millions of mobile games, and there are too few really outstanding ones. Qin Zhe said. He couldn't exchange mobile game data or anything with the system. The points had to be used to deal with the risk of failure of the next task. Wang Zijin said, I've already thought about it. We can use it as a reference. She took out her mobile phone and searched in the App Store. She said, do you know the Parade of Frogs that is very popular recently? The mobile game in Japan is unexpectedly popular in China. She handed the mobile phone to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe took it and looked at it. There was a software in the App Store. It had the same color, the same icon, and the same name. Parade of Pandas, a domestic product by Penguin. I've played it before. It has the same design, the same template, and even the color and background are 90% similar. It's a shameless plagiarized work. But this game is very popular in China. There are many people playing it. Penguin must have made a lot of money this time. They don't need the designers to rack their brains, and they don't need the scriptwriters to write the script. They just need a group of programmers to copy it easily and put it on the shelves. They can just sit there and collect money. Wang Zijin became more and more excited as she spoke. She put on a working people are the most glorious attitude. A's, this is a huge business opportunity. There is no game that can't be plagiarized. If there is, then buy it. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, has she been tainted by the big dye vat of the industry so quickly? Brother Ma, please return the pure and innocent Sister Zine to me. Qin Zhe's face was full of tears. Sister Ziwei had once again broken through herself and stepped into a higher level of life. She had gone from being a young lady to a veteran of the internet to a game designer. Sob, sob, sob. Wang Zijin was full of pride. This time, I'm definitely going to use King of Glory as a reference and develop a mobile game of my own. Qin Zhe shook his head. Don't, you'll be sued. Wang Zijin snorted. You think I'm afraid? Qin Zhe. Go, Sister Ziwei. Let Brother Ma also feel the fear of being plagiarized and the shame of being dominated by piracy. Piracy was a word that could never be avoided in China. Perhaps it could be beautified with the word pirated, but at the end of the day, it was still piracy. It was a world-famous pirated culture. It was really shameful to think about it. Don't blame foreigners for looking down on us. After all, we have too many things to complain about. It's just like how we look at those Hindustanis who treat trains as electric scooters and are looking for trouble. Then, in the eyes of foreigners, we are also labeled as pirates. Don't refute it. The biggest game company in China, a well-known listed company, started and made money from piracy. Even now, it was still tirelessly on the road of piracy and plagiarism. There was no way to refute it. Qin Zhe hoped that one day he could lead the world, clear the name of his motherland, and let the world know that Red Flag Nation didn't only have piracy. Just thinking about it made him happy. Stop, he couldn't go on indefinitely. With such a grand theme, if the system gave him a grand task of leading the world, Qin Zhe wouldn't have to wait until the end of the year to die. In mid-August, Qin Zhe wrote, copied, the entire script and revised and perfected it himself. I'm not copying, I'm just a porter from two worlds. On the road of clearing the name of my motherland, there will inevitably be some stains, but please don't mind. After all, the river crab law of the two worlds was different. Some things needed to be revised. For example, in his world, cleavage could be exposed in ancient costumes. But this time, the revision wasn't too big. It wasn't as big as when he wrote the Journey to the West script. He was a man, so he couldn't perfect a script adapted from a women's genre. Some classics in women's genre were simply toxic in the eyes of men. F***ck, a woman like you actually liked someone other than the male lead. That's too vicious. Shino is dead. I'll burn him if there's anything. F***ck, for such a trivial matter, you guys actually fought over dozens of chapters. Even Nuwa would be poisoned to death. Abandon the book. Qin Zhe patiently wrote down the script, but his heart was greatly traumatized. Several times, he couldn't help but revise some of the toxic points in his heart. But thinking about it, these toxic points might just be the high points of women. So after thinking about it, he gave up. Qin Zhe was full of anticipation. He ordered his plain-looking assistant to send a notice in the company's internal group chat. The leaders of the production team will have a meeting at 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon in conference room 3. You can't be late. After this notice was sent, Tianfeng fell into an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement. Tianfeng Entertainment's first TV series was about to be filmed. Chapter 559. Conference Room 3. Qin Zhe presided over this meeting alone. His sister, who used to play with her phone as a vase, wasn't there. Just now, she and Qin Zhe had a fierce fight in the office. The cause was actually a small quarrel. Qin Bao Bao wanted to eat a lollipop, but Qin Zhe felt that his sister loved to eat sweets too much. He said to her, "Look at your big breasts. If you eat high-calorie food, they will sag." Qin Bao Bao whimpered, "No one wants me if my breasts sag. A's, you have to take care of me for the rest of my life." He didn't know what would happen in the future, but young women like to exercise. Big breasts don't sag. Moreover, his sister's 36D breasts can be lawless in front of domestic women, but in foreign countries, E and F cup breasts would appear small. Only those breasts would sag seriously. Hers was the best size. Qin Zhe said with disdain, "No one wants you, so you throw it to me? I'm not a spare tire. Get lost. I'll marry you to a redneck." Little redneck could be a derogatory term or a nickname, but redneck was definitely a derogatory term. His sister's mentality exploded. He pounced over and slapped her. His sister, who no longer had the advantage in strength, was pressed down on the sofa and bullied. Not only did she not teach her brother a lesson, but she was also taken advantage of for a long time. Her butt hurt like hell. In fact, the two of them often bickered, but not that kind of bickered. Going back 11 or 12 years, his sister had the advantage of developing first and could always beat his brother. Now, her brother could slap her to the sofa and not get up for a long time. At this moment, she threw a pack of tissues with tears in her eyes and scolded, "Get lost, get lost. Little rednecks are all bad things." Just like this, Qin Zhe came to the meeting alone. The touch of his sister's extremely elastic but still seemed to remain in his hand. He finally understood why some people compared a woman's butt to a peach. It was because it was really too similar. Qin Zhe came back to his senses and scanned the people in the meeting room. There were a total of 10 people, including the junior leader of his company's production team, and the senior director and scriptwriter from Star Art. Let me first welcome our 2 foreign aides. Qin Zhe smiled and said, I've been busy recently, so I haven't had the time to get in touch with you two. How should I address you? The middle-aged man with glasses got up and introduced himself. My surname is Sun Wuda. Another lean middle-aged man with white hair, but it was hard to tell if it was natural or dyed white. He introduced himself. My surname is Zhao Yuqian. Sun Wood. Zhao Yuqian. The name was given as if it was a joke. Qin Zhe suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and nodded. Thank you for joining us. Everyone, please give us a round of applause. Pa, 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 pa. The sounds were endless, each more intense than the last. The 2 senior directors and scriptwriters from Star Art were actually very familiar with the junior leaders of the production team before this. They drank together, chatted together, and even fought together. Recently, the great sword industry has been revived. Even a wildfire can't burn it out, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. I'll only tell you about the benefits of the male industry secretly. Don't spread it out. This is the script. Go back and take a look. Try to get all the preparatory work done within a week. Qin Zhe sent out a few printed copies of the script. There were a total of 4 copies. Mou had one, Zhang Wuda and Zhao Yuqian signed another one, and their scriptwriter signed another one. The others didn't need to look at the script. They were usually in charge of the production team, such as the lighting, equipment, and so on. They didn't need to look at the script. Then, I'll leave the real yellow story to you guys, Qin Zhe said. 1 week should be enough, right? The other preparatory work had already started. The only thing left was the casting, because Qin Zhe didn't give them a complete script. Moreover, the main lead and important supporting roles were all artists under Tian Fong. This saved a lot of effort to haggle and bargain with outside artists. If you wanted to find outside artists, they would offer a price of 100 million. Of course, it was just an offer. You could bargain. This was much more humane than a store. When Qin Zhe returned to his office, he thought of something and called his average-looking assistant. Send these 2 scripts to Yi Lu and Qian Shishir. Tell Qian Shishir that she can choose the role herself. Qin Zhe threw the scripts over. The assistant took the scripts and left. He was very sensible and didn't show any smile. Although I don't know why CEO Qin Zhe doesn't like me, as long as he's in the company, I'll obediently follow him and try not to appear in front of him. This was Qin Bao Bao's assistant's survival rule in the workplace. It was very simple, just a little sad. Humph. A soft snort came from the sister who was sitting on the sofa eating snacks and reading a book. After the sister finished snorting, she didn't see Qin Zhe move. She secretly peeked at him and found that he was focused on his phone. Humph. The sister emphasized. If it was salted fish Zhe, he would be sensible and go over to flatter the sister and make her smile. Anyway, to salted fish Zhe, the easiest thing in the world was to coax the sister. But Hai Zhe King only glanced at her indifferently. Humph. The sister snorted and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Qin Zhe still ignored her. Humph. The sister snorted again. At the same time, she clenched her fists and rotated them from her lower abdomen to the top of her head. Then, she put her fists down and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Qin Zhe, wasn't this the signature pose of a fat woman on the internet? How did the sister learn such a naughty pose? It was surprisingly cute. Sister, what can I do for you? Qin Zhe asked. Kneel down and lick my feet. Qin Bao Bao's posture was domineering. Qin Zhe glared at her. Your butt is itching again. He got up and walked toward Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao shrank to the other side of the sofa in fear and said hurriedly, "I'm just joking." Qin Zhe sat down and put the sister's long legs on his lap. He gently massaged them. They were cool, smooth, and elastic. It felt good to the touch. "Are you really not going to act in a drama?" Although the female lead role is promised to Yi Lu, there are still many outstanding characters in the drama. "If you act well, you'll still benefit greatly from it," Qin Zhe said. "Not interested." Qin Bao Bao shook her head. She thought to herself, "And give you a chance to be alone with the wolf in the house? What a joke. With me here, you two can only flirt with each other. Once I leave, you two will become friends or something." She heard this from Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao wasn't going to take the blame. Qian Shishi's personal office. She held the script in her hands excitedly and looked at the ordinary-looking assistant. "Really, can I really choose the role?" The assistant nodded and added, "The female lead definitely can't." Qian Shishi smiled. "Of course I know that. Yi Lu is already half a step into the A-list. I know my limits." The assistant smiled. Qian Shishi said, "Hua Fei. I want to choose Hua Fei." The assistant said, "I'll help you inform the crew." With that, she left. Qian Shishi stayed in the office alone and read the script. The script was a very boring genre. It definitely wasn't as interesting as a novel. It wasn't meant for people to read. But to professional actors, a good script could make them obsessed and unable to extricate themselves from it. If they had a pen beside them, they would make many notes. Qian Shishi was a professional and had received systematic and formal training and education. She became more and more excited and felt that she had chosen the right role. About half an hour later, the office door was knocked twice before it was pushed open. Qian Shishi's manager came in. Her manager obviously wasn't the previous manager. The previous manager was from the original entertainment company. Qian Shishi and Su Jiao had a falling out with the previous manager. The current manager's surname was Zhou. She was a middle-aged woman who was assigned to her by Tianfeng Entertainment. The two got along quite well. After all, their interests were linked. They were bound together for good and bad. The manager was completely devoted to Qian Shishi. The manager said, "I don't think the ending for the role of Hua Fei will be good." Qian Shishi had a small part of the original script and the manager had seen it too. "Yes, I roughly went through the script just now. Hua Fei is considered the #1 villain. Sister Zhou, take a look." Qian Shishi handed the script to the manager. The manager took it but didn't look at it. She advised, "If you want to return to the film industry, you should find some positive roles. This will help you build your image." Qian Shishi giggled. "What image do I need to build? I'm not a newcomer. To me, roles don't differentiate between good and bad. Instead, they have to hit the soul. This villain role is very challenging and has a lot of scenes. It's almost as good as the female lead. As long as I can take this role, it won't be difficult to return to the film industry. You know Li Wei, right?" Before she entered Tianfeng, she was only at the bottom of the B-list. She was only slightly more famous than me. But she acted in 3 of Qin Zhe's movies and became more popular with each one. Today, she's already at the peak of the B-list and half a step into the A-list. This is the charm of Qin Zhe's movies. She repeated in her heart, "It won't be difficult." Qian Shishi's small chest was burning with raging flames. As a professional and a top performer, she had once become famous in the entertainment industry. She even had the ambition to stand on the stage and win the title of Best Actress one day. But while her dreams were great, the reality was that she was a poor girl with anorexia. Now, she had a chance to clear her name. Just thinking about it made her excited. The script was good, very good. Even though she had been out of the film industry for many years, she still had this ability. Boss Qin was really a strange man. Being multi-talented wasn't enough to describe him. Yi Lu was just as excited as her. According to the news from Yi Lu's assistant, after reading the script, Yi Lu sang and danced in the office. Yi Lu's fame was about the same as Li Wei's. They were both at the peak of the B-list and half a step into the A-list. It sounded a bit like a half-step almighty or half-step emperor in fantasy novels. She had acted as the female lead in many movies and dramas, including war dramas. But it had been a long time since she had seen a script that could lift her spirits. There were many good dramas these years, but she had no chance to be the female lead. After the ups and downs in her career, she had a feeling that she would have another chance to rise up. This was her confidence in the script. Even though this confidence was mixed with a beautiful vision. Chapter 560. The leaders of the production team spent about a day going through the script. The next day, they started the audition and choosing the roles. The audition would last for 3 days. The audition location was Tianfeng Entertainment's big dance studio. This time, it was open to all the artists. Tianfeng Entertainment had an unspoken rule that artists hated. The leading roles and important supporting roles in their movies and TV series were always provided to the artists under their company. This was understandable. After all, other entertainment companies were like this. With good resources and good roles, they would naturally think of their artists first. But Tianfeng Entertainment was so stingy that the roles they gave out were much fewer than other entertainment companies. But this time, it was a TV series. Naturally, there were several times more roles in a TV series than in a movie. Therefore, many artists came to audition, but they were all not very famous. "Director, what do you think of my performance just now?" A tall beauty with chestnut-colored curly hair stood in front of the director's desk. Her hairstyle was somewhat similar to Qin Baobao's. Her chestnut-colored hair was slightly curled at the ends. She also had a short pleated skirt. It looked like she was imitating Qin Baobao's clothes. Perhaps she thought that it would add to her image. Qin Baobao rarely dressed like this in public. After all, it was too casual. But she would post some photos on Weibo, such as wearing a pleated skirt or an off-the-shoulder dress, etc. But before posting the photos, she would discuss, approve, with her brother. Only when Qin Zhe felt that there was no problem and that it was not revealing would she post it. It was equivalent to a benefit for fans. This little artist had put in a lot of effort. Sun Wuda handed a resume to Zhao Yuqian. On it was the personal information of this little artist. Jiang Nan. Female. Graduated from Shanghai Drama Academy. Signed artist of XX Entertainment Company. Participated in productions. Director Zhao Yuqian glanced at it and said, "Go back and wait for news. I'll give you an answer in 2 days." The little artist in the pleated skirt nodded confidently and left the big dance studio. Director Zhao Yuqian and scriptwriter Sun Wuda looked at each other and kept this little artist in the inspection list. Actually, the female artist named Jiang Nan's acting was not outstanding. In fact, she had quite a few flaws. But so what? She's pretty. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were very willing to have in-depth discussions with beautiful little artists and guide them on how to steadily rise in the entertainment industry. "You said it was too dirty? Don't mess around. This is how it is in this industry. Then, let's meet tonight." Sun Wuda said, "Director Zhao, have you talked to your sister-in-law yet?" Zhao Yuqian nodded. "Yes, tell her that the crew is busy and won't be home for a few days." For people like them who often went out to film, it was common for them to go on long trips. Zhao Yuqian muttered, "They're just a little older. Aren't there any fresh graduates?" Zhao Yuqian preferred younger girls. It was probably because he had seen a lot of flirtatious women, so he was especially fond of pure and soft girls. Flirting. It was especially exciting to teach. Qin Zhe had already delegated most of the matters in the crew to the two of them. The newly promoted director, MOU, also had to learn from them. Absolute power should be enjoyed to the fullest. Following that, they auditioned for a few more roles. As long as it was a pretty little artiste, they would fold the bottom right corner of their profile and mark it. When he felt that there were enough people, Zhao Yuqian put a cigarette in his mouth but didn't light it. Instead, he said to Sun Wuda beside him, I have something to do in the afternoon. You stay here and watch. There aren't any particularly important roles. Although they were commissioned by the CEO to act as a friend, they couldn't be too careless with the casting. A few vases were fine, but if they were all vases, it would seriously affect the quality of the TV series. Just then, the dance studio door was pushed open. The person at the door hesitated and then seemed to be pushed from behind. She had no choice but to do something beyond her ability. Screenwriter Sun Wooda's glasses flashed with a sharp light. Director Zhao Yuqian quietly took out the cigarette in his mouth and sat down, as steady as a mountain. Suyu looked back and met the eyes of a few girls who got along well with her through the crack of the door. The girls winked at her and closed the door. Give me your resume, Sun Wooda said. Suyu calmed herself down and walked over with light steps with a straight face. She handed over her resume filled with personal information. Throughout the entire process, the two women, who were experienced in the field of flowers and swords, never left Suyu. From her face to her chest, from her chest to her small waist, from her small waist to her slender and straight legs. What role do you want to play? Sun Wooda glanced at the resume that couldn't be any simpler and handed it to Zhao Yuqian. He pointed at the words, Backup Artiste of Tianfeng Entertainment. Zhao Yuqian looked back at him, indicating that it was fine. I only want the role of a palace maid. Just give me 15 minutes. Suyu pretended to be calm. 15 minutes? Zhao Yuqian frowned. Suyu quickly changed her words. 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes is fine too. I can act it out live. She looked as calm as an old dog, but she was actually panicking inside. She thought that she had disguised her, strong in appearance but weak in reality, expression very well, but of course, it couldn't fool the two experienced drivers. Zhao Yuqian, on the other hand, was thinking that it was impossible to make a deal with just 15 minutes. I see that you have good potential and look very smart. How about this? I'll give you a chance. There's a supporting role here that's not bad. I'll give you 20 minutes to act out this small scene. If there's no problem, I'll let you pass and give you the role. Suyu's appearance was elegant and beautiful. Her face was fair and rosy, and her lips were rosy. Her eyes were sparkling, and her nose without black hair made her look especially cute. In school, she was privately named one of the campus belles by the men. Can I? Suyu was overjoyed. Newcomer, want to be popular, timid. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wooda labeled her in their hearts. Such a girl was actually very easy to coax and deal with. Profit. Especially Zhao Yuqian. Although Suyu's figure was delicate and tender, he liked this kind of thing. Her small, protruding breasts were so tempting in his eyes. He wished he could shoot at the world. The little girl in front of him had an irresistible impulse from beginning to end. He really wanted her to experience a father's love. The part that Suyu got was a rich and colorful inner drama when a palace maid was worried about her master. It was a test of her acting skills, as well as a clarinet scene where she talked to herself. She had always had a good memory. After reciting it a few times, she memorized it easily. But perhaps because she was a little nervous, she stuttered a little. After reluctantly finishing this awkward scene, she looked at Su Yuqian and Sun Wooda anxiously and expectantly. Clap, clap, clap. What responded to her was intense applause. Zhao Yuqian said, so talented. Sun Wooda said, little girl, the crew needs talents like you. Suyu was overjoyed. She didn't want to come, but her cousin called her to come for the audition, so she came. When she said that she wanted to audition, the sisters in the backup artist group all teased her and pushed her over. Do I have a hidden talent in acting? Suyu didn't have a mirror in front of her. Otherwise, she would have denied this idea. Zhao Yuqian said, are you free tonight? Suyu was confused. What's wrong? Sun Wooda continued, today's audition is about to end. Director Zhao and I will represent the crew to treat the artists who passed the audition to a meal. You must come. We don't want anyone to find excuses to avoid it. Suyu thought about it. She still had the habit of going home immediately after school. If she didn't go home after work, her mom and grandma would be worried. But since she was working now, she had to focus on her work. She would call her mom and grandma later to explain that she had to work overtime or something. CEO's office. In the spacious room, Qin Zhe and Yi Lu sat on the brown leather sofa. Qin Bao Bao leaned against the office chair and stared coldly at her brother and Yi Lu, who were talking about the script not far away. This was a rare woman whose legs were comparable to hers. "Humph, your legs are long but you're ugly. Your legs are so ugly and you still want to seduce my brother." No wonder Qin Bao Bao looked jealous. Yi Lu didn't hide her admiration for Qin Zhe at all. Her gaze made Qin Bao Bao recall how Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe back then. Why was it back then? Yi Lu was wearing a short-sleeved shirt that exposed her shoulders and three-quarter pants. Her legs were long and straight. They were indeed beautiful legs that could compete with Qin Bao Bao. She specially came to talk to Qin Zhe about the script. Knowing that he wouldn't be following the crew, she wanted to use the limited time to familiarize herself with the content of the script as soon as possible. She also wanted to ask about the details of how to act. Qin Zhe was surprised when he saw the script filled with summaries. This woman who claimed to be his fan was actually such a hard-working actress. Every time Yi Lu talked, she couldn't help but look back. She only saw Qin Bao Bao leaning against the office chair like a big boss with her eyes closed lazily. But why did she feel like there was a thorn in her back? She couldn't see that when she turned around, Qin Bao Bao would stare at her back with her dead fish eyes. If looks could kill, all 10 sets of revival armor would be on cooldown. Qin Zhe was facing his sister from the side, so he already saw her gaze. His sister with dead fish eyes actually had a cute contrast. Women. Reality proved that being broad-minded wasn't really being broad-minded. Men. The system sneered. The system was more naughty recently, more naughty, more naughty. What does it have to do with you? Qin Zhe listened to Yi Lu's question while replying to the system. The system said, "You're surrounded by long-legged beauties and have long-legged sisters looking at you with jealousy. You're feeling very smug. I think there's a chance to lose the mission." Qin Zhe said, "T chance. There's no chance." As the host, I recalled the fear of becoming a vegetable because I didn't have enough points and the humiliation of being dominated by the system's missions. The system said, "Host, do you want a mission, build Long Outyan's harem? I think you'll be able to marry 9 wives in the future. You'll be as outstanding as the famous Tang Bohu." Qin Zhe was slightly tempted, but he quickly suppressed the restless thoughts in his heart. The system gave out missions with inducements? Was it driven mad by my lackadaisical attitude? Qin Zhe would of course reject such an overboard mission. Don't joke around. If I want to start a harem, all the female artists and singers in Tianfang can be ridden by me and suck their breasts. As for me, Hai Zhe King, I'm not afraid at all. Why should I be bound by your mission? Lastly, Tang Bohu doesn't have 9 wives. Who told you that Tang Bohu has 9 wives? I think it's some joker called Zhou Xingxing, the system answered honestly. At this moment, his phone rang. It was his cousin Suyu. Chapter 561. Hello, cousin. I passed the audition. When Qin Zhe picked up the call, Suyu's happy voice could be heard. It was crisp, pleasant, and soft. Not bad, Qin Zhe praised. Suyu added, "The director said I have good potential." Not bad. Qin Zhe smiled. There was a moment of silence. Suyu was a bit disappointed that she didn't hear her cousin's sincere praise. Her cousin loved to touch her head when she was young. He would touch her head whenever they didn't like each other. "Did you tell Auntie and Grandma?" Qin Zhe asked. No. Suyu said softly. Am I the first person you tell the good news to?" Qin Zhe was surprised. He and his sister didn't like to go to their uncle's house to have such an unreliable uncle. Their attitude was cold. At the same time, his cousins also had some grudges against him and his sister. The relationship between cousins wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. It was mainly because he didn't remember much about his childhood. In his childhood, his sister took up 99% of the space. He only vaguely remembered that his relationship with his cousin was pretty good. Suyu hung up the call in disappointment. Then I won't bother you anymore. Qinze said, okay. Call me if you have any problems. Yi Lu sat quietly at the side while he was on the phone. Yi Lu said, CEO Qin, you spent a week writing this script? Qinze nodded. Why? Yi Lu shook her head. I just find it hard to believe. Writing such a script in a week was already hard to believe. Without considering the time, just the quality of the script made her, a capable actress, gasp in amazement. Oh, he was a fast shooter. He wrote songs so fast too. Qinze pretended to be pretentious and said lightly, not exactly a week. I've been quite busy these past few days and couldn't find the time. I only wrote the beginning. I started working hard the day before yesterday and the script was ready. Yi Lu was stunned. So, this should be the basic operation of a fast shooter? Basic, don't be stupid, sit tight. A man could not be a fast shooter, but this man who was a fast shooter felt so charming. Oh, men. Qin Bao muttered disdainfully. Oh, women. Qinze heard it and sneered. The older sister glared at him fiercely. Due to the presence of outsiders, she didn't PK with her younger brother in real life. Otherwise, she would definitely teach this little pervert a lesson. At 7:00 in the evening, Suyu carried her backpack and took a taxi to the hotel. Suyu had never stepped into a hotel of this level before, so she was a little nervous and timid. She pulled on the straps of her backpack, took a deep breath, and stepped in. She went to the private room according to the address in the text message and knocked on the door. You're here. Sun Wuda opened the door. His face was red, and it looked like he had drunk a lot. Suyu stood at the door and pecked at his head. The moment she entered the room, she was stunned. It was different from the scene she had imagined of a group of people sitting around a table. The private room wasn't big because the table itself wasn't big. There were only 3 people at the table. The scriptwriter Sun Wuda, the director Zhao Yuqian, and a beautiful older sister with makeup, fake eyelashes, and chestnut-colored curly hair. Come in. Sun Wuda pulled her in. Suyu was invited to sit beside Zhao Yuqian. When Suyu saw Sun Wuda return to his seat, she hugged the older sister's waist. Director, is it just us? Suyu asked timidly. Yeah, only you and her passed the audition, Zhao Yuqian said. Tisk, little sister is so pretty. Jiang Nan smiled. Hello, sister, Suyu replied. Both of you are good seedlings worth nurturing, Zhao Yuqian said as he wrapped his arms around Suyu's waist. Suyu noticed it, so she turned sideways and blocked it with her elbow. She looked at him with shock and vigilance. This scene made Jiang Nan burst into laughter. She raised her glass to dissolve the awkwardness. Director Zhao, let me toast to you. Zhao Yuqian didn't mind and raised his glass with a smile. Zhao Yuqian knew that picking up girls was like cooking, so he didn't show too much of a desire. For the rest of the time, Zhao Yuqian, Sun Wuda, and the others toasted each other, ate, and chatted. Suyu was forced to drink a few cups. Her little face was burning hot and had an intoxicating blush, which was especially attractive. When her face was full, Suyu stopped drinking. At most, she would take a sip. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda tried to persuade her a few times, but the little girl resisted. Zhao Yuqian gave Jiang Nan a look. The latter understood. Sister, let me toast to you. Let's get along well after we join the crew. Jiang Nan raised her glass. Suyu couldn't refuse her, so she took a sip. Jiang Nan finished her glass. She was a good drinker. Let's drink. Cheers, everyone. Suyu had no choice but to drink. She frowned. The smell of beer made her very uncomfortable. It didn't taste as good as NutriExpress at all. Who would have thought that this cup of wine would be like two women who started a conversation? Jiang Nan said, "Do you like Qinze?" Suyu nodded. Of course, she liked him since she was young. He was a gentle and easy to get along with cousin. Jiang Nan raised her glass. "Come, let's have another toast. I like Qinze too." So they had another toast. Jiang Nan continued, "Don't you think President Qin is amazing? He can do whatever he wants. This is talent. Ordinary people can't compare to him. Among my sisters, there are many who want to marry him. I say, they're all daydreaming. If someone as cute as my sister can climb up in Tianfang in the future, she might even have a chance to catch President Qin's eye." Such a topic could easily resonate with little girls. It was like a bourgeois woman talking about luxury goods and cosmetics. Jiang Nan was very experienced. Suyu smiled awkwardly but politely. "Sister, this isn't ancient times. If cousin likes me, the whole family will explode." By a boom, the whole family was shocked. Actually, it would be fine to just laugh it off, but Suyu didn't have that kind of social experience. She felt that it was impolite not to reply, so she said, "Actually, he wasn't like this before. He was even a little stupid." In terms of IQ, her sister could look down on Qinze. Her cousin could also look down on him. Although Suyu wasn't a top student, she was still a student. For someone like Qinze, who had worked so hard to muddle his way into an above-average grade, it was indeed ordinary. He could get into the University of Finance and Economics purely because of his grandfather's hard work. He also used his connections to get in through the back door. Otherwise, due to the admission limit, he wouldn't have been able to get in. Uncles love education plus the low cutoff score for locals plus the back door. Suyu knew all this. Jiang Nan frowned slightly. She didn't like what she heard and deliberately said, "I'm angry. I'm Qinze's fan, you know. Your words offended me." It was half true. She was indeed Qinze's fan. Suyu was a little embarrassed. Jiang Nan said, "Drink. Punish yourself by drinking 3 glasses. Otherwise, we won't be sisters." Becoming sisters without a word was something that both the boys and girls were quite disgusted with. For example, when the author was in junior high school, he always heard a group of people calling themselves brothers and sworn brothers. It was very awkward. Suyu forced herself to drink 3 glasses. She let out a loud burp. Her face was even redder, and her eyes were a little blurry. It was about time. Zhao Yuqian said, "Yu, do you know how many people fight to get a role in Boss Qin's movies, even if it's just a small part?" Suyu nodded. She really didn't know. Suyu said, "Boss Qin's movies are very good." She always felt that calling him cousin Boss Qin was very strange and awkward. Every time she didn't pay attention, she would say, "Cousin," and then stop. It should be Boss Qin. No one knew that this introverted and shy girl was Qinze and Qin Baobao's cousin. But even if you are good seedlings, there are many good seedlings in the world. Zhao Yuqian paved the way and painted a big picture. As long as you make a name for yourself, earning money will be like running water. The hard life you had before will all become fleeting. Wearing high-end clothes, walking the red carpet, driving a luxury car with a chauffeur, escorting bodyguards, and a group of crazy fans. You have good looks. As long as you are willing, you will definitely make a name for yourself. Suyu nodded happily. She didn't understand the meaning of Zhao Yuqian's words at all. What you get is proportional to what you put in. Becoming a celebrity is not an easy thing. Zhao Yuqian nodded in satisfaction. Then you know what to do. Suyu nodded and said crisply, "I will act well and work hard." Zhao Yuqian, Sun Wuda, Jiang Nan, did this girl really not understand, or was she pretending not to? Zhao Yuqian thought for a while and said, "How about this, after dinner, follow me to the room upstairs and we can talk about the script." Suyu exhaled and said, "Okay." Halfway through, Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian went to the toilet. This girl is a little innocent. Sun Wuda pushed open the cubicle door one by one. After making sure that there was no one there, he said. That's what makes it interesting. Zhao Yuqian stood in front of the urinal and looked at his bloodshot eyes. Did you bring the medicine? Sun Wuda nodded. Yes, I will give you one later. But I feel that it's not easy to persuade her. Did she agree? Zhao Yuqian waved his hand. She drank so much that she agreed to it half-heartedly. At most, I will chat with her in the room. Sun Wuda said, will it cause any trouble? I'm worried about Tianfang. What can happen? Zhao Yuqian let out a long sigh. It's like this in our line of work. Tianfang is untainted. Look, Mo, you didn't say anything. In the entertainment industry, only good female artists can make a name for themselves. Qin Bao Bao is an exception. But how many Qin Zhe are there in the entertainment industry? When Zhao Yuqian first entered this line of work, he didn't see many chaste women. There were still a few. But slowly, they were all soaked in the industry. He used to like a small-time actress many years ago. At that time, he was still doing odd jobs on the set. The assistant director was his relative. Later, the small-time actress met him and complained tearfully to him. Zhao Yuqian was very angry and went to reason with the director. The director didn't say anything. But that night, he was slapped a few times by the assistant director. The next morning, he saw the small-time actress he liked coming out of the director's room. She had dark circles under her eyes, but she was smiling contentedly. Zhao Yuqian knew that there must have been an indescribable deal last night. He felt that he was really stupid. Because of his relative, he wasn't kicked out of the set. Zhao Yuqian said, oh right, are you coming later? Sun Wuda said, you go first. I'll come later. But I'm afraid she's young and can't take it. I think we should change to a big suite. Bring Jiang Nan too. Her persuasion might be better than ours, Zhao Yuqian said. Good idea. When they were in Star Art, these two partners had developed the habit of working together. Chapter 562. After dinner, Suyu followed Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda upstairs to talk about the script. Jiang Nan also went with them. Turn off your phone, in case a call comes in later and disturbs us, Sun Wuda said. Okay. Jiang Nan smiled and took out her phone. She demonstrated in front of Suyu and turned off her phone. The three of them looked at Suyu. Suyu hesitated for a moment. I have to tell my family. If I don't go home late, my mom will be worried. Suyu had never seen the world and didn't even have working experience, but she was not without EQ. She felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. But since it was her cousin's company, she didn't care too much about the twists and turns of the entertainment industry. She didn't want to talk about the script, but her other sister had agreed. She didn't have the courage to refuse. People with little experience and thin skin were easily led and didn't know how to refuse. Zhao Yuqian said, just say that you want to talk about the role and rehearse. Tell your mom not to worry. Suyu nodded and rubbed her temples. Her head hurt and she felt like vomiting. Cousin, I'm talking to the director about the script in the hotel, Liyue Hotel on Longhua Street. Is that okay? After sending the message, she said that she felt nauseous and wanted to go to the toilet to vomit. She didn't receive any messages from her cousin in the 3 minutes she came out of the toilet. Did it mean that there was no problem or that he didn't see it? Suyu didn't think much about it. The alcohol made her brain numb and she couldn't think carefully. Zhao Yuqian pretended to be relaxed. Is your phone off? Yes. Let me see. Suyu took out her phone and showed it to him. Zhao Yuqian pressed the button and the screen didn't light up. He nodded with satisfaction. They went upstairs and opened the door to a spacious suite. This should be the most luxurious suite series in the hotel. There was a balcony, a living room and 2 rooms. After Jiang Nan entered the room, she threw her bag on the sofa in the living room and smiled flirtatiously. I'm going to take a shower first. She glanced at Su Yu and winked at Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian. Su Yu was confused. Let's go to the room. Zhao Yuqian put his arm around Su Yu's thin shoulder. Su Yu took a step back and kept her last hope. Where's the script? Zhao Yuqian sneered. Sun Wuda said, there's no need for a script. In the film crew, or even in this industry, if the director wants you to act, you can act. Whether or not you have acting skills or a script, it doesn't matter. Su Yu didn't say anything and just looked at him. Sun Wuda continued, therefore, the director's words are very important. They are so important that they can determine the life and death of a newcomer. Do you understand? Su Yu shook her head. Sun Wuda clicked his tongue. All right, you'll understand in the future. Little girl, have you ever had a boyfriend? Su Yu shook her head again. The two of them looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Why did you choose to be an artist? Sun Wuda asked in a casual tone. To train myself, Su Yu said. It was her wish to train herself during the summer vacation. It was her cousin's wish to have her come for the audition. According to her own heart, being able to get along harmoniously with the backup artists was already something worth celebrating. Her recent goal had already been achieved. She didn't have high expectations for herself. You've never thought of making money? Sun Wuda asked. Making money, of course, Su Yu said. With her family's financial situation, if she could earn some money to support the family while working in her cousin's company, her mother would be very happy. That's right. Sun Wuda sighed. But money isn't easy to earn, right? No matter what industry it is, it's not easy to earn money. Celebrities are just like writers. Not only is it difficult to earn money, but there are also a lot of haters. After saying a lot, Sun Wuda saw that he was almost done laying the groundwork. He said directly, to be honest, as long as you're willing to communicate with us for a night, you can take the role. Also, if you want to act in the future, we have a quota. Just give us a call. As you know, our director Zhao is a famous director. Su Yu wasn't stupid. It was self-evident what a night of communication meant. A 17-year-old girl who was underage and hadn't been exposed to the dark side. She was afraid and at the same time, angry. I don't want to act, I don't want to. Su Yu turned around and left. But Zhao Yuqian, who was beside her, pulled her and made her stumble. Sun Wuda quietly blocked the door. A wave of dizziness and nausea hit her. Su Yu's body stiffened. Her cherry mouth panted, and she exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. She was like a frightened elk, looking at two wolves. Zhao Yuqian could use force and was confident that he could eliminate the hidden danger, but he was still doing the final thinking. Don't be nervous. Let's talk. Zhao Yuqian said, it's not a big deal. Everyone has become. You can't accept it now because you haven't been exposed to it. Jiang Nan is bathing in there. There are too many girls like her. Why are they willing, but you're not? Are you nobler than others? No, they're the ones who have experienced the scenery of the top of the mountain and seen the world that ordinary people can't see in their lifetime. The world of money, the beauty of money, the rich life that people can't extricate themselves from. Zhao Yuqian said, there are many artists who are willing to take off their clothes, but it doesn't mean that you'll have a chance. Your starting point is higher than theirs. As long as you're willing, you can sign the contract now. You'll enjoy a lot of things, such as fame and fortune. You'll be different from the girls in school. Not only will you enjoy their envious gazes, but you'll also have endless money. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to paint a big picture first. Su Yu said loudly, I'm going back. You go away. She glared at Sun Wuda. Unfortunately, her delicate appearance didn't have much lethality. Instead, it made the latter stiffen slightly. TSK, the first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar, but the first time was often the hardest to overcome. If he let go now, this girl would hit a wall a few times. Who knew, she might be obedient next time. Zhao Yuqian didn't want to wait for the next time. He wasn't Tian Feng's director, so he couldn't just leave after filming this movie. If he could get the most out of Tian Feng in the shortest time possible, that would naturally be the best. Tian Feng needed experienced directors and scriptwriters like them. They were here to help. While getting a handsome reward, they couldn't let go of other benefits. Just like cutting fat, the more benefits they could get, the better. He gave Sun Wuda a look. The latter nodded. Suyu gripped the straps of her backpack tightly, like a small beast baring its teeth. I don't want your help. My cousin is Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe and his sister's bedtime activities were eating desserts and playing cards. Their phones were left in the room. The more successful a person was, the less they cared about their phones. Those who spent their days hugging their phones were people who lacked both mental and physical energy. But it wasn't too late. About 10 minutes later, he saw Su Yu's message. His scalp went numb. He dialed the number while running out of the room. Qin Bao Bao was in the living room. She saw him running across the living room and changing his shoes in a hurry. What are you doing? Going out so late at night? His sister asked. F***ck. Qin Zhe cursed. His phone was turned off. Qin Bao Bao chased him to the entrance and asked nervously in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Yaya might be in trouble." "Yaya?" Qin Zhe quickly changed his shoes. Damn it, isn't she playing a small role? The director seems to be trying to take advantage of her. Didn't you inform the crew? What the F***ck? Did Xiao Long need to take advantage of her? Only an idiot would take advantage of her. But Yaya was too inexperienced. She could easily be led astray. Qin Bao Bao's expression changed slightly. Didn't you forbid me to say it? Everyone knows she's your cousin. What is she training for? Qin Zhe was stunned. He couldn't remember clearly because he had never cared about these things. If Suyu came to the company to gain experience, then so be it. Anyway, when a person achieves success, his relatives can do whatever they want. He had the ability and could provide convenience for them. He had never paid much attention to this cousin of his. So she was auditioning for a Xiao Long role. She didn't need to be good at acting for a Xiao Long role. Her small face was enough. Besides, Tian Feng was his company. He was the boss. His territory was dark under the light. Qin Bao Bao shouted anxiously, "I'll go with you." "Where are we going?" Qin Zhe said, "Liyue Hotel, Longhua Street." Qin Zhe opened the door and left. Qin Bao Bao was in her pajamas. She didn't even change her slippers and chased after him. She entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. The siblings' expressions were unusually ugly. Qin Bao Bao wanted to ask when it was, but seeing that her brother had been on the phone, she didn't dare to disturb. The message was from 10 minutes ago. Qin Zhe was a little panicked. He had to make the time difference. Otherwise, even if he went now, the dishes would be cold. But Su Yu's phone was turned off again. Talking to the director about the script? Which director? Qin Zhe was calling him OU. If it was him, Qin Zhe would let him know that there was a line in the song, a broken chrysanthemum, full of wounds. It wasn't a joke. The call went through immediately. Qin Zhe said in a low voice, "You're at Liyue Hotel?" MOU was stunned. "I'm at home, truth." "What's wrong, Boss Qin?" "Give me Zhao Yu's phone number." "Immediately, send me a message." With that, he hung up. About 30 seconds later, when the elevator reached the first floor, a message came in. In addition to Zhao Yu's phone number, there was also a question mark from MOU. Qin Zhe didn't reply. He pressed the number and dialed. Zhao Yu and Sun Wuda looked at each other, full of smiles, but it was just a sneer. Sun Wuda teased, "Is Qin Bao Bao your cousin?" Suyu nodded vigorously. Zhao Yu laughed and said, "Good girl. Actually, Qin Zhe is my long-lost son." Don't be afraid. Come to the room with your uncle tonight for a chat. What a funny little girl. Zhao Yu stood up and tugged at her. Listen to me. You're rich and famous. Many female artists dream of being with you. If you don't, then you're not obedient. What can a little girl like you do to us? His phone suddenly rang. Zhao Yu frowned and took it out. It was an unknown number. He hung up. It rang again. Again. And again. Maybe it was something. People of his status often received calls from unknown people, but it wasn't the kind of trashy advertising or sales calls. It could be looking for cooperation, gifts, and so on. What's the matter? He was calm. Zhao Yu, I'm Qin Zhe, said the other party. President Qin? At first, he was stunned, then he put on a smile. It's so late. Why are you calling me? Are you at the Liyue Hotel? Zhao Yu? How did he know? You want to sleep with my artist? Well, Zhao Yuqian didn't know how to answer the question of seeing through but not saying anything. Did you do it? His tone was cold. I'm asking you a question. He shouted. No, no, Zhao Yu's body trembled. He was shocked. Su Yu is my cousin. Wait for me at the hotel. The call was cut off. The phone slipped on the floor and made a muffled sound. Zhao Yu's face was pale. Chapter 563. I'm Qin Zhe, Su Yu is my cousin. Zhao Yuqian felt a rumbling sound in his mind, as if thunder was echoing. It's over. It's over. She's really Qin Zhe's cousin? Why would Qin Zhe's cousin come to the audition? She's relying on her own abilities. Don't be ridiculous. Who would rely on their own abilities if they had connections? This isn't a TV series. What's wrong? Sun Wuda frowned when he saw his strange expression. Zhao Yuqian stared at Su Yu in a daze. Her face was flushed red. She should have looked seductive. Now that he looked at her again, she was as vicious as a snake. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have just said that you're Qin Zhe's cousin. You pretended to be an ordinary backup artist and came to the audition. You even hid your identity. You're really Qin Zhe's cousin? Zhao Yuqian's face was dark as he asked bitterly. I am. That's why I'm not afraid of you. Su Yu gave herself courage. On the side, Sun Wuda froze. His heart skipped a beat. He turned around and looked at Zhao Yuqian in disbelief. Just now. Qin Zhe called? Sun Wuda's voice was trembling. Zhao Yuqian didn't say anything. He sat on the sofa with his head lowered. His hands were restless as he scratched his head. Sun Wuda was silent for a few seconds. Then, he grabbed his bag and left. Where are you going? Of course. Why are we still here? Zhao Yuqian looked exhausted. He told us to wait here. Sun Wuda was speechless. So, should we go or not? Even though the two of them were experienced in life and society, they were at a loss of what to do. Their boss's cousin was an unspoken rule. They were embarrassed and scared at the same time. It was like an employee who saw a super hot girl in the company and bought roses to court her. He said flirtatiously, "Beauty, the moment I saw you, I was like a programmer who found a loophole." He didn't want to do anything but fix it. Then, the beauty said, "I'm your boss's cousin." Coincidentally, his boss was right beside him. But with Qin Zhe's identity and status, he was a big capitalist in the entertainment industry. Did he dare to leave? The two of them looked at each other in silence. Sun Wuda put down his bag and sat on the sofa. Just say it's a misunderstanding. We don't work for his company. At most, we can just quit. Zhao Yuqian said in a hoarse voice. He was emboldening himself and his partner. We can look for Director Huang. Doesn't he have a good relationship with Qin Zhe? With this relationship, he won't do anything. Sun Wuda said. The two nodded at the same time. Zhao Yu calmed himself down and felt less panicked. Why haven't you left yet? He looked at Su Yu. If this girl left, the situation would be much better. I'm not leaving. Su Yu glared at her. My cousin is coming, right? His words became much more righteous. He was like a child who had lost a fight. One moment, he was crying because he felt wronged, but when his father came, he arrogantly said, "This is my father." It was exactly the same. About 5 minutes later, the door lock clicked. Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian, who were sitting on the sofa, shuddered. It wasn't the door, but the bathroom door. Jiang Nan, who had just finished showering, came out in her pajamas and was drying her hair with a dry towel. The scene in the room stunned her. Shouldn't it be done by now? But now, the two men were sitting on the sofa dispiritedly. The girl was standing valiantly, glaring at the director and scriptwriter. When she heard the noise, she first looked at herself and then glared at the two men. What's wrong? Jiang Nan was confused. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda didn't say anything. Jiang Nan could only say, "Little girl, it's your turn to go in." Su Yu said disdainfully, "Disgusting." What do you mean? I just think you're disgusting. Jiang Nan was so angry that she laughed. If you're not disgusting, why don't you leave? Why are you standing here like a fool? Su Yu retorted, "Why should I leave? I'm waiting for my cousin." Your cousin? Jiang Nan sneered. Shut up. Zhao Yuqian shouted. Jiang Nan, an aggrieved expression. I didn't say anything wrong, right? Then I'll go to the room first. Jiang Nan said in a muffled voice. You don't have to go. Put on your clothes and leave, Sun Wuda said. What do you mean? Jiang Nan's expression changed. Are they changing their minds? Are they not going to let me act anymore? Her expression changed several times. Anger, indignation, annoyance, and other emotions. She went back to the bathroom without a word. When she came out again, she had already put on her clothes and high heels. She picked up her bag and walked out expressionlessly. The sound of her high heels clacking against the floor was crisp and clear. When Jiang Nan walked to the door, there was a loud knock on the door. Pa, pa, pa. It was very loud and very heavy. It was obvious that the person knocking on the door was very impatient. This time, it was him. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's expressions were extremely ugly, and they were a little uneasy. Jiang Nan was about to go out when she turned the doorknob and opened the door. A man in short sleeves and big shorts, and a bare-faced woman in pajamas. Seeing the two people outside the door, she was stunned, and then she was pushed away forcefully. Although she was pushed away so violently that her high heels slipped and she fell on the floor, she wasn't angry. Instead, she was confused and stunned. Unbelievable. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe rushed into the room. He saw that his cousin's clothes were still intact and her face was still flushed red. His tense heart finally relaxed. Yeah, are you okay? Why are you here? Qin Bao Bao grabbed Su Yu and gritted her teeth. Did they bully you? Did they touch you? Su Yu shook her head. No, they said they wanted to talk to me about the script, so I came up. Qin Bao Bao was relieved. She wanted to scold her, but this was not the right place. She held her in her arms and glared at the two people on the sofa. Zhao Yuqian braced himself and got up. Boss Qin, this is a misunderstanding. What he got in response was a kick to the heart, and he was sent flying 1/2 meter. Zhao Yuqian lay on the floor and vomited. He vomited everything he ate and drank. The sour smell spread. Qin Zhe, you. Sun Wuda's face changed. Qin Zhe slapped him with the back of his hand. Sun Wuda staggered a few steps and fell, and then he was punched and kicked by Qin Zhe. Bang, bang, bang. There was a commotion. Glasses, ashtrays, fruit plates, backpacks. He smashed everything he could get his hands on. Their heads were bleeding and they looked miserable. Qin Zhe looked at them one last time. He didn't scold them or say anything. Instead, he walked to his sister and asked Suyu, "Are you okay?" Suyu shook her head. Women should be instinctively afraid and disgusted when they saw a fight. But the sisters were starry-eyed. When they were in trouble, having a man by their side to solve the problem gave them a sense of security. Both sisters felt safe. Jiang Nan was still standing at the door. She witnessed the whole process of Qin Zhe beating people up. Her mind was in a mess. This girl. What was her relationship with Qin Zhe? These two idiots had slept with Qin Zhe's relatives. It was over. She felt that she might be banned from the entertainment industry. Who are you? You're blocking the way. Qin Zhe looked unfriendly. This woman still smelled like shampoo and her hair was wet. It was obvious that she was the kind of woman who used deals to climb her way up. There were many such things in the entertainment industry. Tianfang Entertainment didn't have any at the moment. He and his sister were involved in almost all the movies produced by Tianfang Entertainment. So, things like unspoken rules wouldn't happen in his crew. If it was a mutual affection deal, Qin Zhe wouldn't care. But if it was his cute cousin, he couldn't. My name is Jiang Nan answered subconsciously. She stepped aside and made way. She was a little scared. What if he hit her? Qin Zhe stopped in his tracks. He looked at her and said unhappily, "Did you write Dragon 5? If not, why are you so unrestrained? Go back to writing. I've waited for 2 years." Jiang Nan. Chapter 564. Zhao Yuqian lay on the ground for a moment. He heard the door close twice, and the suite quieted down. After making sure that everyone had left, he groaned and got up. His clothes and face were stained with vomit. His companion, Sun Wuda, was also lying on the ground, moaning and clutching his stomach. Zhao Yuqian struggled to get up and helped Sun Wuda up. They endured the pain and dizziness and walked into the bathroom. The tiles in the bathroom were wet and full of water. Zhao Yuqian slipped and fell. He held back his tears and stood up straight. In the mirror, both of them looked miserable. Their clothes and pants were stained with filth. Their heads hurt and blood flowed down their cheeks. Their scalps must have been broken. One was a famous director, and the other was a veteran screenwriter. They had never been in such a miserable situation. At least not for many years. F***ck. Sun Wuda cursed and grabbed a dry towel to wipe his face. "Don't wipe it." Zhao Yuqian stopped him and said in a low voice, "We'll call the police and solve this through legal procedures." "Can it work?" Sun Wuda hesitated. "I don't care," Zhao Yuqian said fiercely, "he's a public figure. This is enough to make him suffer. Remember the artists who were sentenced for beating people up a few years ago?" "Fine." Sun Wuda said angrily, "We didn't do anything. He was the one who beat us up." He immediately called the police. The police station was not far from here, so they were dispatched quickly. 3 policemen knocked on the door of the hotel room. Both of them were filthy and had blood on their faces. They looked pitiful. "What happened? Who beat you up?" one of the policemen asked. "Qin Zhe," Zhao Yuqian said. The policeman nodded slightly. "Where are you from? Where do you live?" Qin Zhe, the boss of Tianfang Entertainment, Zhao Yuqian said. The policeman nodded. He suddenly froze. If he didn't hear wrong, it was Qin Zhe from Tianfang Entertainment. "That Qin Zhe? How did you fight? Tell us what happened." The policeman perked up. It was definitely not gossip. Zhao Yuqian was silent for a moment, then looked at Sun Wuda. "We were talking about the script with the company's female artist, and then he rushed in and beat us up," Sun Wuda said. After that, he saw the subtle look in the 3 policemen's eyes. "What are your names?" "Zhao Yuqian." "Sun Wuda." The three policemen suddenly understood. Sun Wuda didn't know him, but Zhao Yuqian had heard of him. He was a very famous director. The director, the female artist, discussed the script. The police comrades suddenly understood. Yes, we are professionally trained police officers. No matter how gossipy something is, we will never gossip unless we can't help it. Who is the female artist who discussed the script with you? The police officer asked. He could not hold it in any longer. Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian were silent. Cough cough. Another policeman coughed and said, I'll take you to the hospital first, then we'll go to the police station to record your statements. Zhao Yuqian said in a deep voice, we're definitely just lightly injured. Arrest Qin Zhe immediately. Let's go to the hospital first. Whether or not it's a minor injury, we'll file a case first. Then, we'll wait for the judicial department and the hospital to appraise it, the policeman said. The car drove through the night, leaving a long and fast shadow on the road illuminated by the street lamps. Inside the car, the ceiling light was on. Qin Bao Bao and Suyu sat in the back seat. Qin Bao Bao comforted her cousin softly. He didn't have the heart to blame her. The director invited you to drink and discuss the script. Why didn't you give me a call? Qin Zhe said. I did send a text. Suyu sat up straight like a primary school student. Her small face was slightly nervous and pale. Then why didn't you tell me in advance that you wanted to drink? I was just a little careless and you were almost fooled. I did call you. Suyu lowered her head and said in a low voice, you didn't want to talk to me. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. You must have been scared. Qin Zhe sighed. You've seen the rotten side of society. If you encounter anything in the future, be careful. Be vigilant and keep a distance from anyone's kindness and enthusiasm. Suyu said, okay. Qin Zhe drove his cousin home and stopped outside the neighborhood. It was a rare night with a cool breeze. It should have been comfortable, but the three of them were in a bad mood. Cousin, aren't you and cousin going up? Grandma misses you. Suyu was sent to the gate of the neighborhood by Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. Not going. Qin Zhe smiled bitterly. How could he be in the mood to see Grandma? You, don't tell Aunt and Grandma about this. Her sister reminded her. Okay. Suyu nodded. She turned around and walked a few steps. She stopped, turned around, and stared at Qin Zhe. Cousin, thank you. After that, she looked like a swallow returning to the forest. Qin Zhe hugged his cousin in his arms and touched her head. Silly girl. She didn't know if she was wronged or frightened. Her thin and delicate body trembled slightly. Suyu reluctantly left her cousin's arms. She lowered her head slightly and walked into the neighborhood silently. You. Qin Zhe suddenly shouted. Suyu stopped. In the future, Qin Zhe said loudly, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up for you. Suyu walked into the darkness with her head lowered. You, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up for you. After so many years, this sentence seemed to have traveled through time and floated into her ears again. The street lights in the neighborhood sprinkled a dim yellow light, illuminating the 2 lines of tears on Suyu's cheeks. TSK, you, this silly girl. She's still the same as when she was young. Qin Bao Bao's foxy face flashed with anger. She's been closer to you since she was young. The few people in Grandma's family are all the same. Qin Bao Bao had been beautiful since she was young. She was as arrogant as a peacock. When she was in junior high school, she liked to read novels, but she didn't have enough money. The main reason was that buying books was too expensive. Coincidentally, there was a bookstore next to Suyu's school. She could rent it for 10 cents a day. Qin Bao Bao would ask Suyu to rent books for her every day. When Yu was in the 5th grade of primary school, she would first take the bus to her aunt's house and send novels to her cousin once a week after school. It was obvious that someone's bad habit of bullying others didn't only apply to her younger brother. Why are you jealous? Qin Zhe said angrily. Bah, I'm not jealous. Qin Bao Bao glared at him. She then gritted her teeth and said angrily, you hit them too lightly. These two scumbags. If Qin Zhe hadn't found out about it early, it might have caused a big mistake. How could the siblings face their parents, uncle, aunt, and grandma? They also couldn't face Su Yu, who was interning at his cousin's company. He didn't care about her at all. He shouldn't have kept her identity a secret, or told her about the ways of the entertainment industry in advance. They looked calm on the surface, but in fact, they were scared. Hitting people can only vent your anger, but it won't solve the problem. Qin Zhe said in a deep voice, this matter isn't over yet. You watch. A's. His sister suddenly called him in a very gentle voice. Qin Zhe, yes? Qin Bao Bao gently hugged his waist. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? As he spoke, Qin Zhe looked around to see if there were any paparazzi following them. He didn't find any at the moment. Then he looked at the guard booth. There was only a guard who was sleeping on the table. He didn't know if his surname was Qin. Thank you for working hard for me so that you won't be a salted fish anymore. If the word salted fish didn't exist, I would be touched. Thank you for working so hard to buy the entertainment company for me. This sentence was more pleasant to hear. Thank you for not finding a girlfriend for me. This sentence was a little scary. Sister, let me pretend that I didn't understand. Qin Bao Bao continued, if it weren't for you, I would probably have to leave the entertainment industry. It was inevitable that a woman with her looks and no background would be able to continue smoothly in the entertainment industry. It was almost impossible for a woman like her to have a smooth career. She wouldn't accept the unspoken rules, so the only way was to leave the entertainment industry. Fortunately, I have a good brother who can be soft and hard. Usually, he was a salted fish, but at critical moments, he was surprisingly reliable. Qin Bao Bao recalled all the difficulties and troubles she had encountered along the way. It seemed that every time, as long as she whined in front of her brother, he would be able to help her solve it. Sob sob sob, help me write songs. Sob sob sob, be my guest singer. Sob sob sob, do a kissing scene with sister. She whined all the way to the peak of her life. There's nothing to thank, you're my sister. Qin Zhe said, my parents are not as close as my sister. Then, do you want to practice a kissing scene with sister? Qin Bao Bao looked up. The wind lifted her forehead hair, and her beauty was unparalleled. Qin Zhe glanced at her half-opened red lips and was quite tempted. Eating the rouge from my sister's mouth every other day, I'm probably the world's most honest, ghost, younger brother. But not now. Who knew if a paparazzi would suddenly jump out and say, ha ha ha, I finally caught your little secret. Wait to be hospitalized, 70 years after the founding of the country, the biggest and most sensational news in the entertainment industry. There was no escape. Qin Bao Bao saw that he was silent and her heart sank. She said anxiously, I haven't practiced kissing for a long time, I'm a little rusty, have you forgotten what happened last time? Qin Zhe lowered his voice. The paparazzi's eyes are everywhere. Even if they weren't here now, they couldn't be careless. The paparazzi might be late, but they would never be absent. They had to be vigilant at all times. Qin Bao Bao immediately pushed her brother away and looked around guiltily. Qin Zhe, don't look, sister. You're making us look like we're having an affair. I have a small stove, but I never ride it. The siblings reached for their phones at the same time. Qin Bao Bao forgot that she was wearing pajamas and didn't bring her phone. Qin Zhe's phone rang. The caller was a landline, an unknown number. Qin Zhe picked up the phone. If it was a spam call, he would immediately hang up. Hello, is this Mr. Qin Zhe? This is XX police station. It was a woman's voice. It's me. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. You're suspected of intentional injury. Please tell us your address. We need to take you to the police station to assist in the investigation. No need, I'll come over now. Qin Zhe said. There was a moment of silence. Okay. Sister's skirt fluttered. Who's calling? Qin Zhe smiled and said, the police station. I'm suspected of intentional injury. I may have to go to the small dark room. Chapter 565. Did those two cheese call the police? Qin Bao's face darkened. Yes. Maybe they felt indignant. After all, I hit them. It's only right for them to call the police. Qin Zhe said nonchalantly. In a society ruled by law, there was a price to pay for hitting someone. Especially in a big city like Shanghai, it was not a place where you could do whatever you wanted. Qin Zhe was also a celebrity. It was easy for him to get into trouble if he hit someone. Therefore, he did not understand how those big shots who beat up the east, west, south, north, and south could resist the police. Will it be fine? Qin Bao was a little confused. Anyway, you know so many people. Your network in Shanghai is so extensive. Qin Zhe said seriously, what nonsense are you talking about? The river and crab are shining in the sky. The flowers are smiling at me. The birds are saying, good morning, good morning. You are a law-abiding citizen. Qin Bao was speechless. Qin Zhe said as he got into the car. If I really committed the crime of intentional injury, I will accept the punishment. Although the country has always been afraid of me and wanted to kill me before I was born, I still love the red flag. Qin Bao was amused by him and laughed. How many times have you used this joke? Qin Zhe started the car and glared at his sister. Don't say it out loud. If you don't say it out loud, the readers will not think of it. The phone rang again. Qin Bao leaned over and fumbled in Qin Zhe's pocket. She took out the phone. It's Zijin, she said and picked up the phone. Hello, Zijin. Bao, what's going on? The police came to our house just now and said that Ace is suspected of intentional injury. They asked him to go back to assist in the investigation. When they didn't see him, they asked me for his number. Wang Zijin's tone was calm. He beat up two scumbags and they called the police, Qin Bao said, but Ace looks very confident. It seems that everything is fine. Oh, I'll hang up then. Wang Zijin said, I'm watching an anti-Japanese drama about my grandson and my soldiers. The call ended. Qin Zhe was speechless. Aren't you going to say a few words of consolation? Fake girlfriend. Heartless wolf. Qin Bao puffed up her cheeks at her brother. See, it's still your biological sister who loves you. Okay. Qin Zhe nodded perfunctorily as he recalled the details of what happened just now. His attack shouldn't have been too heavy, right? However, it was hard to say whether or not it was intentional injury. After all, my control was still far from being comparable to that of a king. If I attacked with hatred, I might not have controlled my strength. First, I'll suppress this matter, then use my connections. I'll abide by the law, abide by the law. Perhaps his relaxed expression made his sister relax as well. She even had the mood to play with her phone. After all, she even knew Qin Zhe's phone password. Oh right, what did you mean by what you said to that woman just now? His sister asked. Who? Jiangnan, you don't need to know. Just remember this, Qin Zhe said in a deep voice, Jiangnan's old bastard is heartless. I will live and die with the monsters. Qin Bao replied blankly, okay. The police station was a little far away. Even if there was no traffic at night, it still took them half an hour to drive. Qin Zhe parked the car and entered the police station hand in hand with Qin Bao. At this time, there was no one on duty at the reception desk by the door, but there was someone behind the glass counter. Anyone who had been to a police station would know that the layout of a police station was similar to that of a bank and other institutions. The policeman on duty glanced at the two and asked, report or surrender? Qin Zhe said, surrender. Oh, what? The policeman on duty was stunned. He looked carefully at Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao and recognized them. In this day and age, there were not many people who did not know this pair of siblings, unless they were old people who did not pay attention to the internet and celebrities. You come with me. The policeman on duty walked out from behind the counter and led Qin Zhe and his sister to the electric door on the other side. Previously, it was just a place to receive reports and inquiries. After entering the electric door, it was the real police office of the police station. Qin Zhe and his sister followed the policeman on duty to the second floor. It was almost 10 o'clock at night. Other than the policeman on duty, there was almost no one else. The policeman on duty knocked on the office door. "Old Chen, they're here." The middle-aged policeman who was dozing off at the desk woke up. He turned around and hurriedly stood up and greeted, "Please come in." "Little Li, come here and take a statement." Little Li. Coming." A young policewoman walked out from inside. She had good facial features, a round face, and a capable ponytail. When she saw Qin Zhe, she was a little stunned. Her eyes were fixed on Qin Zhe's face. Little Li was a fan of Qin Zhe. Little fresh meat was originally popular with girls, and Qin Zhe was the more unique one. Every song of Qin Zhe's was saved in her phone and computer. For Qin Zhe's A Journey to the West, she went to watch it every day for a week. Her boyfriend, who had always been obedient, was quite dissatisfied with this. He felt that his girlfriend was too obsessed with Qin Zhe and was very jealous. Officer Chen said, "Pour 2 cups of tea." Qin Zhe originally thought that interrogation. He was suspected of a crime, so there should be an interrogation. On TV, he was locked in a small dark room, interrogated one by one, and then there was a one-way glass wall. Behind the wall, there was a small leader watching the interrogation process. In the end, it was just the 4 of them sitting in a row in the office. Little Li was responsible for recording the conversation on the computer. This was because the incident itself was just a fight. The hospital's test results were not out yet. Qin Zhe was only suspected, not really breaking the law. After entering the name, gender, and age according to the procedure, Officer Chen said in a deep voice, "Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda reported you to the police. What is the reason?" Qin Zhe said, "They wanted to sleep with my company's backup artist, a 17-year-old girl, underage." Little Li said, "Bah, scum." Then Qin Zhe, "Are you injured?" Qin Zhe said, "No." Little Li said, "That's good." Ahem. Officer Chen had to remind her. "Focus on recording. Give me a detailed account of what happened." Qin Zhe immediately told her what happened. About 15 minutes later, the investigation ended. Officer Chen sent the siblings out of the office. "Before the hospital and the judicial organization's injury report comes out, I hope you will stay in Shanghai and cooperate with us," Officer Chen said. "No problem. By the way, where's the toilet?" "Go straight, turn right at the end." Qin Zhe said to his sister, "Wait for me in the car first." Qin Bao Bao shook her head. "Here." Qin Zhe went straight to the toilet and stood in front of the urinal. He took out his phone and his belt. Soon, the call he made was connected. "Little Qin?" A middle-aged man's mellow voice came from the other end. "Yes, it's me, Uncle Bai." Qin Zhe laughed enthusiastically. "What's the matter?" The man laughed. "There's some trouble," Qin Zhe said. "There's an ignorant director who wanted to sleep with my company's backup artist. She's an underage girl. I caught him and gave him a good beating. I'm still at XX police station now. Those 2 seem to have gone for an injury examination. I'm not sure if they crossed the line. You're the big boss of the Public Security Bureau. Can you give me an idea? TSK, let's see what you plan to do about this. Do you want to settle or pursue the matter?" "Heh, I want to kill those 2 B*cheese. Uncle knows. Let's wait for the injury examination results first." "Okay, goodbye, Uncle Bai." After a few simple words, the call ended. Uncle Bai was Bai Guo's father. They had drunk and chatted at the hotel in the forest park a while ago. Oh right, he also had a notorious daughter called Bai Fong. She just didn't like him. He didn't know how he had offended her. Qin Zhe now had a network of connections in Shanghai. As long as he didn't get involved in prostitution, gambling, and drugs, he could do whatever he wanted. First wave, second wave, third wave. Rowing a boat didn't need a paddle. The Wang family's connections didn't need to be used at all. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. That was why Wang Zijin was so calm. Having many friends meant that he could do whatever he wanted. However, it was better to fight less in the future. He couldn't be bothered to bully ordinary people. For example, if he dared to hit the two people tonight, they would dare to call the police. He envied those big shots who beat up people with power and status. They didn't have to worry about legal liability. Hacks. At the same time, he despised those who had a good social status, money, power, and connections, but chose to swallow their anger after being attacked by the main character's people. Low hacks. What did you call me for? The system asked. I didn't call you, Qin Zhe replied. You can continue to hibernate and AFK. It's none of your business. The system said, oh, I'll continue to deduce the mysteries of the universe. It's been a while since I triggered a mission. Qin Zhe said, okay, Sir System. He turned around and saw Officer Chen standing at the door. The two of them nodded and smiled as if nothing had happened. When they brushed past each other, Officer Chen said, do you want me to send you off? Oh, she even said, you. Qin Zhe shook his head and smiled politely, I have a car. Thank you. Officer Chen was just saying it casually to make a good impression. When Officer Chen returned to her office, Xiaoli was excitedly posting on her WeChat moments to show off that she had met Qin Zhe. She was full of praise and joy, but she didn't say what had happened because of privacy issues. Officer Chen was thinking. Someone with the surname Bai? The big shot of the Public Security Bureau? Who could it be? The director of her police station wasn't surnamed Bai. Looking further up, there didn't seem to be anyone. Xiaoli, do you think there's anyone with the surname Bai in our organization? Huh? Xiaoli was confused. Leaders in the organization? Is there? You're a clerk, you should know better. I don't think so. Xiaoli thought for a while. Oh, the second-in-command of Shanghai's Public Security Bureau has the surname Bai. He's called Bai Sicheng. Officer Chen was shocked. It shouldn't be that person. Do you think Qin Zhe knows that leader? Why do you say that? I heard him calling Uncle Bai in the toilet just now. He's from our organization. No way, the two of them looked at each other. Xiaoli was shocked. Qin Zhe, a big boss with a net worth of tens of billions. It doesn't seem impossible. Chapter 566. At noon the next day, a piece of news was posted online. Hashtag Qin Zhe beat up the famous director Zhao Yuqian. Hashtag Qin Zhe might be held responsible for his impulsiveness. Hashtag what happened? The grudge between Qin Zhe and Zhao Yuqian. Hashtag this matter couldn't be hidden at all. Not to mention other things, just Tianfang's side couldn't hide it. The director and scriptwriter didn't come to work during the preparation of True Yellow Legend. After asking, they found out that they were resting at home and were too ashamed to come back. When they asked again, the big boss beat them up. The news spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout Tianfang Entertainment. Whether it was the ordinary employees, executives, or cleaning aunties, everyone was discussing this matter. The popularity of this gossip was even more attractive than topics like, why do old sows howl every night? Why do old ladies in their 80s have their underwear stolen? Is it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morals? A few people noticed that among the backup artists, there was a girl named Suyu who didn't come to work. Maybe she was on sick leave? That was the guess of the backup artists. Mou was actually the one who knew the most. Last night, CEO Qin called him and asked if he was at Liyue Hotel. As someone who had been in the workplace for a long time, he knew what was going on even if he used his toes to think. At this moment, he was still a little scared. If he was also involved, he would have been done for this morning. Mo had been in this industry for almost 10 years. Although he wasn't like some big directors who would hide every time they met a beautiful woman, among the top directors, there were one or two who were famous for being slutty. The number of female celebrities who had slept with them could circle the earth. But he wasn't a gentleman either. In this day and age, where would there be a gentleman? If the situation allowed it, he would be more than happy to open a room with the female celebrity to talk about the script. However, both CEO Chin and CEO Chin disliked this kind of phenomenon and explicitly forbade it. Therefore, even if the company's executives wanted to, they didn't dare to be too flamboyant. At most, they would contact the female celebrities in private. After all, they couldn't stop the female celebrities from working hard to improve themselves. If they forced them, it would be over if they were found out. Speaking of which, only Qin Zhe and Qin Bao had such confidence and ability. Would another entertainment company be able to do it? There was a lot of discussion about this matter online. It would definitely make the headlines and become a trending topic. This kind of thing was much more exciting than having an affair, getting her hair done, or sleeping with her manager. It was about Qin Zhe and a famous director. Fighting. You may be held criminally responsible. Every word was filled with excitement and gossip. Qin Zhe is up to something again? What's going on this time? Why are they fighting for no reason? It has to be fake. So far, neither Qin Zhe nor Zhao Yuqian have come forward to say anything. But there's no clarification either. Besides, there's so much news. It can't be groundless. If this is true, then Qin Zhe might be in trouble. Intentional injury, even if it's only a minor injury, will put him in jail for a few months. Then, they will be banned. Fighting is considered a banned artist. Does that mean we won't be able to hear Qin Zhe's songs in the future? Of course. The banned artists have no choice but to appear in front of the public in any form or production. They are completely banned. Under the huge public opinion, it meant huge traffic. The online media and paparazzi were like flies that smelled rotten meat. They swarmed excitedly and clamored. Soon, someone secretly took photos of Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda with bruises and bandages on their heads. Their actual injuries were not clear, but their appearance was very scary. Now it was lively. All the major online media platforms pushed all kinds of relevant information in time. There were articles and videos. While confirming the truth of the incident, they were also guessing and analyzing the troubles and difficulties Qin Zhe would face. For example, being locked up in a small dark room. For example, being banned. Then, the entertainment empire that he created would go into decline. Through the exaggeration of the editor and relevant people, it was clear and reasonable. Some people even said that Qin Zhe's era was over. He had only been famous for a short year, but Qin Zhe's name was known to everyone. He created the legend and era of a fast shooter. Especially the industry insiders in the entertainment industry and countless songwriters. Whenever they recalled the past year, they would think of the shame of being suppressed by a fast shooter and the fear of not being faster than him. Some people gloated and felt proud that they were finally no longer suppressed by a fast shooter. Some people regretted that a musical genius of a generation might have to bid farewell to the entertainment industry. It's over. The loyal fans felt a chill in their hearts. They really beat people up and they looked quite miserable. If they were to pursue legal responsibility, Qin Zhe might really have to go to jail for a few months. The anti-fans were overjoyed. Bah, this kind of person should be banned. Young success, arrogant and reckless. He should pay the price for beating people up. Ban him, hurry up and ban him. I like director Zhao Yuqian's work very much. This time, I will support him no matter what. I strongly request that Qin Zhe be banned. It's wrong to beat people up for no reason. They are all adults and should pay the price for their actions. So, Qin Zhe is done for. Old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. Burn some incense before you leave. Lu Sun once said that China people are ignorant and arrogant, inferior and proud. It's so disgusting that it makes one's hair stand on end. I can't make up any more stories. Lu Sun is more wrong than Do Yi. Anyway, we just need to ban Qin Zhe. There were too many people waiting for the follow-up of this incident. However, this matter could not progress too quickly even if Qin Zhe was secretly pushing it. According to the normal process, the case verification, investigation, and injury evaluation by the judicial department should be done in half a month. The government could not be blamed for not doing enough. China was so big and there were so many things to do. They were very busy and did not provide private services. Similar government agencies such as hospitals. It was said that medical treatment was free for Americans and the government would pay for the medical expenses. However, you definitely did not know that from the time you got sick to the time you queued up, you would have to go to the crematorium 100 times. It was not a joke. Hence, most Americans who had some money would choose private hospitals, the kind that spent money. Qin Zhe could not possibly wait for half a month for such a trivial matter. He asked people to speed up the process and strive for the evaluation results. Even if there were connections, it could not be done in a day or two. The evaluation was not a big deal, but the process had to be followed. This was the most time-consuming process. In these 2 days, Qin Zhe received many calls. His friends in the entertainment industry, his friends in real life, and especially his university roommates. They called to ask about the situation. They were not the gossipy type but were concerned about his situation. The friends people made when they had nothing were the most precious. Then there were the calls from his parents and grandmother. Qin Zhe told his parents the truth but not his grandmother. Qin Ma was worried about his situation. She asked him to see if he could reconcile. If he could pay some money. It was better than going to the police. The old master only said 3 words, "Good call." In the villa, Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were on the phone. "You've seen the news online, right?" Zhao Yuqian asked. "I've seen it. It's impossible for this matter not to leak out," Sun Wuda said. Seeing Qin Zhe being criticized miserably on the internet, the two of them felt a sense of satisfaction from revenge. However, in reality, they did not want this matter to be exposed. Things like the unspoken rules would ruin their reputation and embarrass them. He didn't make a statement. He didn't criticize us. Zhao Yuqian found it hard to understand. He probably wants to wait for the injury report to come out before he talks to us in private. So, he should leave a way out, Sun Wuda analyzed. If it were not for the beating incident, the two of them really could not afford to offend Qin Zhe. But now, they did not panic. At least, they did not panic before the injury report came out. After a few words, Zhao Yuqian asked, "Did you pick up the call from President Huang?" "Yes, he wants to be the middleman and let us settle it in private with Qin Zhe." 100 million, or don't even think about settling it in private, Zhao Yuqian demanded. Can it work? 100 million is not a lot to him. And once our injury report shows that it's a minor injury, he's finished. Okay, then, you'll talk to President Huang? Of course, I'll talk to him. Qin Zhe received a call from Huang Yitsong on the morning of the 3rd day. These 2 bastards, I'll teach them a lesson later. Huang Yitsong's tone was angry. Before you send people over, don't you know what kind of person they are? Qin Zhe's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Hey, that's childish. Huang Yitsong said, which director in the entertainment industry is a gentleman? Do I need to say something that's common? Isn't your company like this? Alright, I'm sorry for asking, Qin Zhe said. What's the matter? Just an apology? This matter has made us brothers look bad. It's okay, we'll settle it ourselves. Huang Yitsong coughed softly, cleared his throat, and said, I thought about it. Although they did something wrong, it's not good for you if this continues, whether it's your reputation or the subsequent lawsuit. Before I made this call, I talked to Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda. They're willing to settle it in private, but they want 100 million in compensation, 50 million each. Qin Zhe, I think it's a good deal, 100 million. Do you really think that my money grows on trees? People don't even dare to sell their diamonds at such a high price. What, are you two made of ginseng fruit? Qin Zhe had already lost 300 million this month. If he had to pay another 100 million, he would definitely lose a lot of money. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Qin Zhe expressed his gratitude, and then refused. I refuse to settle it in private. Tell them to wait. He had to wait for the injury report to come out. If it didn't constitute intentional injury, there was a set of procedures. If it did, there was another set of procedures. So, he had to wait for the report to come out. This was the reason why he hadn't responded to the heated public opinion on the internet. He didn't want to say anything before the report came out. Huang Yizong, why do I feel that both sides are difficult to deal with? Anyway, this condition of mine is still valid. Before the court accepts the complaint, I can help you with this. Huang Yizong sighed. You're on your own. Thanks. Qin Zhe hung up the phone. Chapter 567. After dinner, they asked you to go upstairs to read the script, right? The bespectacled fat policeman sat behind the glass counter and asked while typing in the computer. Yes. On the other side of the glass, Siyu sat upright with her legs together and her hands placed on her lap. During that time, did they give you explicit hints to sleep with them? No. Siyu tried hard to recall and shook her head. They just said that I'm a good seedling and that it's not easy to be an actress. The fat policeman nodded. His fingers nimbly tapped on the keys, making crackling sounds. After a while. What happened after that? After that, they asked me to go to the room to talk about the script. Siyu lowered her head slightly. Her face was slightly red and burning. The girl was thin-skinned and felt that it was too embarrassing. You wanted to talk about the script with them? The fat policeman chose his words carefully. The meaning of his words was actually asking, are you willing to do a deal? It was not good to be too direct. After all, the other party was just a 17-year-old underage girl. Suyu's expression was blank. The fat policeman said helplessly, are you willing to do that kind of deal? No, I'm not willing. Suyu quickly shook her head. What did they say after they went upstairs? They said that if I sleep with them, they will give me the role. Suyu's face was red and her voice was weak. Tell me the details. Okay. A few minutes later, the fat policeman said, last few questions. Did they do anything to you? There were a few times, but I avoided them. Then, after they talked about that matter, I wanted to leave, but they blocked the door and wouldn't let me go. They even pulled me. Suyu said angrily. Understood. The fat policeman typed and finished. We have filed a case here. We will send them a message later. You go back and wait for the news. Suyu nodded and got up. Then I'll leave. Goodbye. Goodbye. After leaving the police station, Suyu slowly exhaled and looked up at the national emblem. The national emblem seemed to be shining and exuded a kind of aura called King Tyrant. Using Xuanhuan language to describe it, condense the fate of all living beings, inherit the essence of history, and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Under the mandate of the heavens, the words spoken were all heavenly laws. For example, after the founding of the country, no one was allowed to become a spirit. Once this decree was issued, the words would become law. Look, which animal dared to become a spirit? They were all suppressed. A sense of pride that came from being born as a human involuntarily rose in his heart. Except for single dogs. Except for the programmer ape. Her cousin's car was parked by the roadside outside the police station. The car window was lowered slightly, and wisps of green smoke curled out. Qin Zhe's face was too eye-catching. It was inconvenient for him to go out in public, so he stayed in the car. Under the scorching sun, Suyu quickly walked to the car, opened the door, and got in. Are you done? Qinze reached his hand out of the car window and flicked the cigarette ash. It's done. Su Yu's voice was soft, crisp, and a little sweet, just like her flower season. In a few more years, her voice would be less crisp and sweet, and more magnetic and gentle. Her voice was good for singing, but unfortunately, she was not talented enough. She always sang out of tune, just like Wang Zijin. What a pity. Otherwise, Qinze would consider training her. In this day and age, anything could be more profitable than being a star. Being a civil servant, crossed it out. And judging from Su Yu's appearance, she was not traumatized, but she definitely had a new understanding of the filth in the entertainment industry. Let's leave it to fate. Will the police arrest them? I wasn't bullied. Is it a false accusation to sue them for attempted rape? Su Yu asked weakly. Timid and introverted, Su Yu's biggest flaw. A girl with such a personality would be at a disadvantage when she got into a relationship and started a family. She was so pretty and delicate. Qin Bao Bao and Su Yu's personalities were completely opposite. In terms of personality, Qinze preferred his cousin's type, gentle and delicate. His sister's personality was too bad, mischievous, and narrow-minded. No, that was used to describe men. Narrow-minded. Possessive. Easily jealous. She thought of herself as a fairy. Whining. There were so many of them that they could fill a basket. Don't worry, your cousin will take care of it. Just cooperate with me when I need you. When it comes to acting with me, don't pretend you don't see it, understand? Oh, send her home. Qinze flicked the cigarette butt out of the window and started the car. Su Yu only said that she was on leave and didn't tell her mom and grandma the truth. Other than being embarrassed, she also wanted to cover up for Qinze. It was embarrassing to say that his cousin encountered such a thing in his company. Did Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda think that the unspoken rules were common in the industry, so they selectively forgot about it? Did they think that after being beaten up, they would take the initiative? Did they think that nothing would happen if they didn't do anything to Su Yu? Yes, nothing would happen, but even if nothing happened, Qinze could still do something. If Su Yu was really led by the two of them, it would be classified as luring a girl to have sex. Luring a girl to have sex was not illegal, but it would be morally condemned. If she resisted, it would be classified as rape. In the current situation, the charges might not be established, but as long as they were involved, it would be enough to make them suffer. This move was taught to him by Big Boss Bai. After all, it was not good to pin the crime on them, because Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were well-known public figures. Qinze would be stupid to suppress them with his power. Unless he was already the son-in-law of the Wang family, or the descendant of a legendary big boss. Cousin, why didn't you respond online? Many people said that you hit people and became arrogant, even more arrogant than a newspaper seller. Su Yu hesitated for a long time. I will. It's just that this is the first time I've encountered such a thing, so I can't understand what to do. I want to wait for advice from an expert, Qinze said. The expert he was referring to was Uncle Bai. He had just finished a call with him this morning. Su Yu nodded. Qinze sent Su Yu home and drove to Tianfeng Entertainment. A phone call summoned the plain-looking assistant. 2 things. Do it immediately. The assistant looked like he was all ears. First, release a statement on the company's official Weibo, condemning Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda for sleeping with underage female artists. Second, hurry up and contact a well-known film and television director in the industry. 3 days. I want to see them in 3 days. Focus on 3 days, Qinze said. Understood, President Qin. The plain-looking assistant took his leave. You're finally going to clarify things? Qin Bao Bao, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa and playing games on her phone, turned her head and shouted. Yes, sister. I already know how to deal with this trouble, Qinze said. That's good. Come, let's go solo. Qin Bao Bao chuckled. Sister's skills have improved a lot recently. Qinze was stunned. He went over to take a look and found that his sister was playing a mobile game that imitated Honor of Kings. The style was different, but the controls were the same. These days, anything could be pirated. Anything that was popular would be pirated. This game? Chaos World, his sister said crisply. The characters in it are all legendary figures. It's quite fun. The controls are the same as Honor of Kings. Last year, there was a mobile game called Honor of Kings that was very famous. However, Qinzhe and his sister did not play it because last year was a turning point in their lives. They both gave up on League of Legends. Who knew that that period of time was the final glory of League of Legends? Thinking back, it was quite melancholy. After all, the siblings spent a year and a half of their youth in that game. What's so fun about this kind of imitation game? Qinzhe said disdainfully. Are you sure you don't want to play it? There are quite a lot of people playing it. Qin Bao Bao was dead. No, her game character was dead. She looked up at Qinzhe and said, it's a mobile game developed by Purple Crystal. Qinzhe, there was no game that could not be copied. If there was, then he would buy it. Sister Ziwei's impassioned voice rang in his ears. Sister Ziwei had finally taken that step. Let me download it and take a look, Qinzhe said. It was hard to believe. How long had it been? Wasn't making a game a waste of time? With a few clicks, 10 to 20 minutes would be over. Those who said they took more than half an hour were inexperienced. Because that was the ability of the Teddy Kidney Pregnant Me. Even if it was plagiarism, it would not be so fast. The only possibility was that Sister Ziwei had been planning this for a long time. That day, she was just reminding him. After all, whatever path the company took in the future, she had to inform him, the founder, loudly. Qinzhe thought to himself, damn, although I gave you Purple Crystal, Sister Ziwei, you can't let yourself go like this. Like Brother Ma, you will be criticized behind your back in the future. The company's network was fast. It downloaded in 10 seconds, registered, logged in. His sister pulled him to sit down and started the game excitedly. 2 people solo. The old rules were that the first to destroy 2 towers or die more than 3 times would be considered the loser. Qinzhe chose Zenyuanzi, a girl in a busty, crab, Taoist robe. God knows why Zenyuanzi was a girl. The designer may have some misunderstandings about primitive characters. While playing, he looked at the details of the skills. His sister played a mage. She stepped on a lotus platform, Guanyin in white fluttering clothes. The skills were very gorgeous. Lotus flowers and willow branches flew together. Qinzhe persisted for 2 minutes and was exhausted to death by his sister. Qin Bao Bao pinched his thumb and middle finger and gave out the signature, thick, laughter of a green tea bitch. Your sister is still your sister. Your uncle is still your uncle. Qinzhe curled his lips. In the next game, he was exhausted to death again, and then a tower was destroyed. Qinzhe died twice and lost a tower. Guanyin stepped on the lotus platform proudly. Suddenly, a girl jumped out from the grass diagonally. She simply used a set of combo moves and killed him instantly. Qin Bao Bao's eyes widened. Got it? Got it. Qin Bao Bao put away her pride and played seriously. But at this time, she was no longer playing under the tower. She had to follow the army line to Qinzhe's second tower. Zenyuanzi burst out of the bushes again. Qin Bao Bao has learned his lesson this time. He has low HP and flashes away before he dies. Qinzhe followed her with displacement skills. He beat her all the way, killed her under the tower, flashed away, and pushed the tower. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip and stared. Bastard, I pushed your tower and chased after your sister halfway. The result of the solo game was undoubtedly Qinzhe's victory. Qin Bao Bao's hand speed was good. She was better than other women, but she couldn't beat Qinzhe, who had a unique skill. The times are calling. Qinzhe patted his sister's shoulder and looked at her pouting expression. He said earnestly, your brother is still your brother, but he will occasionally become your father. Chapter 568. Then, Daddy, do you dare to play a second round? Qin Bao Bao was unconvinced. Wow, this Daddy is so coquettish. Holy Paladin will definitely like it. Come on. Qin Zhe said. The outcome was predictable. After familiarizing himself with the skill, Qin Zhe finished off his sister as quickly as possible. I lost again. His sister knelt on the sofa, her body lying down softly with her butt sticking out. The dress wrapped around her round and perky butt, making it look like a full moon. Qin Zhe thought of a picture he saw online for some reason. It was a girl's back view with an extremely perky but that was no worse than his sister's. It was clear that there were still many awesome people in the world. There were endless beauties. There was a comment below, "This is the most beautiful but I've ever seen. Promise me, don't use it to poop." It exploded instantly, outshining everyone else. If this was applied to Qin Zhe himself, this is the longest, thickest, and scariest weapon I've ever seen. Promise me, don't use it to pee. With that thought, Qin Zhe smiled happily. After finishing the game, Qin Zhe sent a message to Wang Zijin. I've played the company's mobile game. Have they started making it long ago? A few minutes later, Wang Zijin replied, yes, they've been making, guilty expression, for 2 months. Sure enough, she's already started her horse learning plan behind my back. 2 months, although Qin Zhe didn't know much about online games and mobile games, he knew that making a mobile game in 2 months was as crazy as those authors who wrote 10,000 words a day. Considering that it was plagiarism, it was understandable. It was like writing a 3,000-word novel and typing a 3,000-word novel. Of course, the former was brainless, and the latter was faster. What do you expect? Nothing, it's just practice. If it's good, I'll continue to operate it. If not, I'll cut it. I've played the game. It's quite fun, and they put a lot of effort into making it. Hee, because your sister killed 2 programmer apes to worship the heavens. Killing programmer apes was good. Programmer apes were the best offerings to worship the heavens. If there were programming apes in ancient times, there would be no need to worry about droughts and floods. They could guarantee a bountiful harvest every year. Back then, he was determined to become a programmer, but unfortunately, he was led into the finance department by his grandfather. How are things going? She asked without thinking, and Qin Zhe knew what she was talking about. I just brought Yaya to the police station today. Alright, try to follow the procedure. Don't use your privileges and don't do anything unnecessary. Recently, things have been tense. Understood. That afternoon, Tianfang Entertainment's official Weibo released a statement. On the night of August 22nd, Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda used their power and authority to force our company's reserve female artist, a minor, to have sex with her. Our company's president, Qin Zhe, rushed to the hotel to take the female artist away after hearing the news. Our company once again announces that from today onwards, any artist who cooperates with Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda will forever be blacklisted by the company and all collaborations will be rejected. A few hundred words. Like a meteorite smashing into the already turbulent internet, it set off a huge wave. First, this Weibo post received widespread attention. The number of comments exceeded 10,000 in half an hour. Then it was reposted and became a trending topic on Weibo. Next to it was hashtag Qin Zhe beating people hashtag. At night, all the major internet media platforms and mobile apps released articles and videos about this incident to gain popularity. This statement revealed 2 pieces of information. First, it indirectly explained the reason why Qin Zhe beat people up. Second, Tianfang Entertainment wanted to ban Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian. When the netizens saw this statement, they were all stunned. There was actually such an inside story behind the Qin Zhe beating people up. They were all waiting for the follow-up of the incident. Unexpectedly, they received another piece of shocking news. All crows are black. The director and screenwriter are dogs. These 2 used to have unspoken rules with female celebrities. They have a criminal record. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda are scumbags. They won't even let an underage girl off. F***ck, so that's what happened. Beat them up well. Support Qinze. It's best if they are beaten to death. Qinze is really a clear stream in the entertainment industry. The public opinion quickly changed. The people who criticized Qinze for being young and frivolous and beating people up disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by cheers, angry voices, and angry voices. There were also people who expressed their doubts. They said that without evidence, they couldn't believe it easily. After all, the entertainment industry was famous for its public relations. It was common for people to distort black and white. No one suspects that Tianfang's public relations is behind this? That makes sense. It's also possible that Qinze is trying to clear his own name. Remember how Little Elk washed her hair some time ago? Inexplicably, the blame was placed on Little Elk's best friend. The two of them kept quiet and kept a low profile, perfectly removing themselves from the storm. Most people just wanted to watch the show. Everyone only pursued the more exciting news, but very few people thought about the whole story. If you look at the whole story from the beginning, it's terrifying. Their public relations ability is too strong. In the office, Yi Lu and Qian Shishir sat on the same sofa, scrolling through Weibo while eating desserts. High-calorie desserts. You should gain weight, Qinze said. It was all for the role in True Pornography. Yi Lu had a sharp oval face. She would be beautiful and fashionable in modern clothes, making people's eyes light up. However, she couldn't really pull off ancient costumes. Hence, she had to make her face rounder so that the audience wouldn't miss the show too much. Qian Shishir and Yi Lu were just acquaintances. They met when they were filming a variety show in Hangzhou. Ever since they were poached to join Tianfang, their relationship improved rapidly. They had the intention of hugging each other. The two talked about cosmetics and fashion. They went to the beauty salon and talked about Qinze. Weibo, look at Weibo. Qian Shishir screamed. What Weibo? Yi Lu asked and picked up her phone. Our company's official Weibo. Qian Shishir was excited. Yi Lu opened Weibo and checked the official Weibo. Her mouth opened slightly and her beautiful eyes widened. So that's why he hit someone. Yi Lu thought. CEO Qin is so domineering. He's going to ban Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda. Qian Shishir sighed and then frowned. These two are so disgusting. They won't even let an underage girl go. Because of this, the entire production process was stopped. While the two of them were studying the script, they were also worried about whether they could successfully start filming. If they started filming, would they be able to film well? Because of this, they even complained about Qinze. After all, he was the one who hit people. No one said what happened. Most of Tianfang's artists and employees only found out about the cause and effect of this when the company's official Weibo released the statement. Only he has such confidence and dominance. When he banned Zhao Yuqian, he rejected almost all of Star Art's artists. At the same time, it also ruined our chances of working with Star Art. Yi Lu said. But it gives you a sense of security, right? Qian Shishir said. Yi Lu nodded silently. Female artists like them felt especially safe when their boss was such a man. Because of the hidden rules in the entertainment industry, even if they could avoid it, they would be tired of dealing with it. When Qinze publicly expressed his attitude and set an example, would the other executives and directors still dare to openly violate the hidden rules? Unless they didn't want to continue working in Tianfang. But I'm also very disappointed. Qian Shishir smiled evilly. Such a handsome boss. If he doesn't want to sleep with me, I want to sleep with him. Yi Lu added, and talent. The two of them smiled at each other. It was like a man talking about a beautiful woman. She had big breasts and a perky butt. Then, they smiled at each other. In the afternoon, in the villa. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were drinking. Sun Wuda put down his phone. The netizens' comments just now made him very angry. What made him even angrier was that Qin Zhe rejected the idea of compensating them privately. He's really fearless. The public opinion online is so big. Even if he has connections, can he remove himself from it? Yes, we're using the hidden rules. But is that illegal? Which law says that we can't use the hidden rules? Sun Wuda drank a mouthful of wine. Ban us? Zhao Yuqian sneered. Qin Zhe is really arrogant. Who does he think he is? Guangming Bureau? Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were from Star Art, but Tianfeng Entertainment still wanted to ban them. How overbearing was that? Star Art celebrities definitely wouldn't refuse to work with them. Which meant that Tianfeng and Star Art were going to turn against each other. The injury report isn't out yet? Zhao Yuqian asked. Sun Wuda, it'll be out tomorrow. There was something that he didn't say. In this day and age, everyone knew a little about the law. Even if they didn't know, they would still check it. Whether it was enough with minor injuries or not, they knew in their hearts. They weren't as confident as before. The doorbell rang. Zhao Yuqian's wife walked past the study and the living room to open the door. There was a delivery man at the door. Zhao Yuqian, please sign for it. Zhao Yuqian's wife signed for it and closed the door. He entered the study and threw the list on the table. It's yours. Zhao Yuqian ignored his wife. He took the list and opened it. 2 days ago, he was beaten up. His wife looked distressed and angry. Because she didn't know why he was beaten up. Today, after Tianfeng Entertainment's official Weibo released a statement, his wife exploded. Of course, she couldn't do anything. What could a woman who was a full-time housewife do? He bought the house, earned the money, and raised the children. What could she do? Opening the list and taking a look, Zhao Yuqian's expression gradually froze. He looked at Sun Wuda, who was drinking leisurely, and said bitterly, the police station has issued a summons. What? Zhao Yuqian gritted his teeth. The police station has issued a summons. We have to go again. Why? Attempted rape. Chapter 569. On the second day after Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda gave their statements at the police station, there was news on the internet that they had been summoned to the police station for investigation. They were suspected of rape. It was obvious how powerful the paparazzi were. Not only them, but also Qin Zhe and his sister's house were surrounded by paparazzi 24 hours a day. 2 vans were parked outside the community. One was empty, and the other had 5 people in it. Only the driver was still staring at the gate of the community. The 4 of them were playing cards, and the seats were scattered with Grandpa Mao notes. King Bomb. If you win, pay, pay. Laughter and curses were heard. The winner gave cigarettes to the loser and then shuffled the cards. Damn it, we've been here for 2 days and we didn't get any news. A guy with a cigarette in his mouth took a deep breath and cursed. If you want to dig out valuable news from the siblings, you have to be patient. The guy who shuffled the cards said, Old Chi and I have been here for 3 months. We get a guaranteed salary every month and nothing. Right, Old Chi? Old Chi in the driver's seat nodded. Yes, they are different from other celebrities. Then we came here for nothing? Look at Zhao Yuqian's colleagues. The news they dug out today is enough for them to eat for a few months. The other 3 looked like they had bad luck. The paparazzi in the car didn't come from the same studio. They gathered together because they were too free these 2 days. Brother, you've been here for 2 days. You've been digging for information about Qin Zhe and Qin Bao, right? Brother, you're the same. Hey, colleagues. Let's talk. Just like that, they gathered together. The other 3 new paparazzi asked the 2 seniors, is there really no useful information? No. The guy who won the cards, whose surname was Zhu, sighed. Have you seen the news about their private affairs in the past few months? Although they often dominate the headlines and trending searches, it's always a quarrel. That's true. I heard that Wang Feng cried tears of jealousy every time he saw their headlines. We've come for nothing. I'll tell the boss later that we should just leave. Old Chi, who was in the driver's seat, retracted his gaze, took out a cigarette and lit it. He said faintly, we also want to withdraw, but the boss won't let us. He said that if we continue to squat, we will definitely gain something. The other three were interested. What do you mean? They knew who the boss of the other party was. He was very powerful. It was said that he was the one who exposed the hair styling incident. With his excellent professional skills, he had dug out a lot of hot news. Among Jia Baoyu, 2 of them were his masterpieces. The boss said that no one is absolutely perfect. Everyone has secrets. This is the creed of our line of work. Even if you don't see it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Even if it doesn't exist now, it doesn't mean it won't exist in the future. Everyone fell into deep thought. That's a matter for the future. Shall we come again in the future? Tisk, if you don't squat now, you will have nothing to do with me in the future. That makes sense. Everyone was talking at once. Let me tell you, in the near future, there will definitely be hot news. The man with the cigarette said, how old is Qin Bao Bao now? 26 years old. In the entertainment industry, this age is still very young and immature. But for a woman, it's time for her to fall in love. If we continue to squat, we will definitely be able to get some hot news about Qin Bao Bao and her mysterious boyfriend. What if she doesn't find one? Someone asked. She's not Guanyin Bodhisattva. Is she pure of heart and few desires? The cards are shuffled. Let's continue. If Qin Zhe knew that there were so many paparazzi eyeing them covetously, his knees would probably go weak. He would not even dare to flirt with his sister outside. So far, he and his sister had been acting quite well. Although Ying often hugged his arm, this kind of intimate action showed that the relationship between the siblings was very good. Hugging his arm was much more open than holding hands. Things like holding hands could not be done too often in the country. They could try it when they go to Turkey. Wasn't there a song that went like this, I want to take you to romantic Turkey? Then, we can hold hands and act cool together. This afternoon, Qin Zhe had 2 things to do. First, there was a reporter interview later. Second, he wanted to meet a well-known director in the industry to let him take over the production of True Yellow Legend. The public opinion that he, Zhao Yuqian, and Sun Wuda had triggered on the internet had almost come to an end. From being attacked by people and blindly followed by netizens to revealing the truth of the matter, he had deliberately arranged for people to wait outside Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's house, as well as outside the police station to capture their backs as they entered the police station. It was actually an operation to manipulate public opinion. Public opinion really did not have the concept of justice and truth. It was very easy to be led by others. Fortunately, Qin Zhe had a good public relations department. Also, he represented justice and truth. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda could not beat him. Now, the internet was full of people attacking the two. Some people said, hurry up and die. Go back to your mother's womb and do it again. Some people said, this kind of people pollute the entertainment industry. I hope the Bureau of Guangming will ban them. Some people said, Qin Zhe is doing great. I will always support him. Some people said, netizens. Then, Qin Zhe posted 2 injury reports on his Weibo. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's injury reports. Fortunately, it did not constitute a minor injury. In fact, even if it was a minor injury, he could use the operation of the king to settle it. However, this matter damaged the harmony of a harmonious society. Qin Zhe omitted all the indescribable things. I'm not sister man. I'll throw you into the Huangpu River all day long. Stupid woman. At 2:00 in the afternoon, a few reporters came to the company as promised. Qin Zhe summoned them to the big conference room. Qin Bao Bao's assistant personally served tea and left without saying anything. Qin Zhe also ignored her. He did not even know the name of this assistant. He did not know her surname. Her surname might be Xiang. President Qin, what is your attitude towards this unspoken rules incident? The reporter asked. My attitude is already very clear. Qin Zhe said righteously, unspoken rules are the most controversial topic in the entertainment industry. It is also the most criticized area. I think it's a very bad behavior. But if everyone does it, won't you appear to be a maverick? And I remember a female celebrity once said that unspoken rules are a trade where everyone takes what they need. The reporter was nitpicking. I can't change others, but I can change myself. At least in my company, in my territory, unspoken rules are not allowed. I can guarantee all artists here that all resources can be obtained with their own abilities, and not by selling their bodies. This is my personal attitude, and it will also be Tianfeng Entertainment's attitude. We should create a healthier and more positive industry environment. Celebrities speak with their acting skills, directors speak with their works. In this aspect, Hollywood is better than us. The moon in foreign countries is rounder than in China. It's too extreme, but it makes sense. At present, the domestic market environment is getting worse and worse. While the industry is developing rapidly, it has also gone astray. Directors and investors are keen on hyping up IP, and entertainment companies are keen on selling false personas. They only care about the image of the artists and have no requirements for acting skills. The reporters kept asking questions, fighting to put the microphone next to Qin Zhe's mouth. Then the topic was brought up to Qin Bao Bao, who was ignored at the side. Bao Bao, can you talk about your feelings about A Chinese Odyssey to the West? Qin Bao Bao was at a loss for a moment. She attended this interview as a vase. I'm quite satisfied. Qin Bao Bao smiled politely. Those who have watched A Chinese Odyssey to the West should have been touched by your love. I have a question that I've always wanted to ask. You don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Is Qin Zhe your ideal partner? The reporters perked up. This topic was more interesting than resisting unspoken rules. Qin Zhe, Qin Bao Bao, the siblings looked at each other. Suddenly, there was a sense of panic as if he had received a fatal blow. Qin Zhe was shot in the knee. First of all, it should be the love between Zixia and Joker. Then, why did you ask this? Qin Bao Bao asked. Because we have watched A Chinese Odyssey to the West, we can all see that the look in your eyes when you look at Qin Zhe is not just acting. There is definitely true love in it. The reporter who asked the question said, that was the most amazing acting I have ever seen. It was not the scene of life and death, but the scene in the cave where you silently stared at him. The last time I was stunned was in If I Become Memories, when you cried in the room. He said, I always feel that your love scenes are very amazing. The reporters nodded. It seemed to be true. Qin Zhe thought to himself, amazing? Don't say it. Do you believe that I will throw you into the Huangpu River? Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, how to grasp the psychology of a character is the self-cultivation of an actor. Perhaps it is because I have acted in too few scenes and have only worked with Qin Zhe that you have the misconception that we are very amazing. Actually, that is not the case. The reporter immediately asked, then do you have any other works in the near future? The ones that are not with Qin Zhe? I heard that you are preparing for a TV series. Qin Bao Bao said, I'm not acting in it. The reporter said, is Qin Zhe also not acting in it? Qin Bao Bao looked at Qin Zhe helplessly. This person is so amazing. Kill him first in a team battle. Otherwise, we will lose for sure. Qin Zhe added, I am not a celebrity and will not be active in the entertainment industry for long. But we are indeed preparing to start filming a TV series soon. This will be Tianfeng's first attempt at creating a TV series. The reporter said, the script was also written by CEO Qin? Yes. The script for Journey to the West was also written by you. The same goes for the TV series. We are looking forward to the day when you become a director and act in it yourself. Qin Zhe chuckled. It's actually quite easy for me to do that, ding, Divinity Show 1515. Within 3 months, you have to direct and act in a movie. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 5,000 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount, the system's voice said. Damned salted fish, I finally got my chance, the system said happily. The smile on Qin Zai's face disappeared. CEO Qin, do you mean that you intend to direct and act in Tianfang's next movie? The reporter's eyes lit up and he stood up. Qin Zai looked at his sister silently. That's right, this person is too amazing. Let's get rid of him first. CEO Qin. Don't say anything, Qin Zai said angrily. Sit down and let the comrade behind you say something. Chapter 570. After the interview, Qin Zai, who was mentally and physically exhausted, asked his sister to send them off. According to the usual practice, everyone was given a red packet. Actually, it was fine even if they didn't give out red packets. This interview was recorded in video mode and every word and action was recorded in the video. But as for the unspoken rules, there was no choice. There were unspoken rules everywhere in the world and they couldn't be completely blocked. If the water was too clear, there would be no fish. If a man was too cheap, he would be invincible. For example, Lu Shu. Qin Zai knew that he was not as despicable as Lu Shu. Thus, he occasionally had to follow some unspoken rules that did not hurt him. Qin Bao Bao sent everyone to the door and returned to the office. She found her brother scratching his ears and cheeks like an irritable monkey. She thought that her brother was uneasy because of the question just now. She went forward to comfort him. No matter what the reporters say, we are open and above board. Don't bother. Qin Zai couldn't help but glance at her, thinking about the meaning of his sister's words. What did she mean by open and above board? Whether we are open and above board, doesn't his sister know? Forget it, I can't be bothered. Qin Zai wasn't worried about the interview with Mao Zedong. He was worried about the system's mission. Mission details: no cheating, no letting others write the script. Please use your own talent to self-direct and self-act in a movie that doesn't belong to If I Become Memories. Although compared to those real cheats, Qin Zai's cheats were as insignificant as a small patch. But cheats were cheats after all. No cheating meant that he couldn't redeem the script in the points market. Not letting others write the script meant that he couldn't adapt the popular IP like If I Become Memories. I don't have the ability to complete a script on my own. I don't have the experience of being a director. I'm just a funny salted fish struggling under my sister's crotch. Qin Zai was a little flustered. He had the panic of being beaten back to his original state after getting rid of the system. He felt that the system must want to get rid of him and then happily change the host. What a rebellious system. You can do it, the system said in his mind. You are no longer the salted fish you used to be. Even if you lose me, your physical fitness, your knowledge, your experience, your intelligence, and your range of knowledge are far beyond that of a normal human. In fact, you've long become a Superman, in another sense, but you subconsciously feel that you're still a salted fish. You can't do anything, you're just one of the millions of mediocre mortals. So, host, whether or not you can get rid of the title of salted fish depends on this mission. Qin Zai, I don't want to get rid of the title of a salted fish. I want to get rid of the title of a fast shooter. Do you have any ideas? The system was silent for 3 seconds. Let's continue talking about salted fish. Qin Zai said unhappily, I say, can you not always give me these messy missions? At least give me a series of missions. This makes it hard for me to perform. The system said helplessly, the divinity show is a series of missions. You spend an entire year to complete the first series of missions. In other words, you spend an entire year in the novice village with the village chief who gave out the beginner missions. Your rhetorical skills are problematic. Your language was taught by your physical education teacher, wasn't it? The system said, don't change the topic. At the end of the day, it's because you don't have any dreams. If you want to destroy the entertainment industry, or destroy Big Ma and Little Ma, you won't need to perform anymore. Qin Zai said, then I'll choose to perform. The system said, "Ha, salted fish." Qin Zhe said, "You're the salted fish. I had a dream in the past too. My dream was to be a D-cup, but now," the system said, "I don't have OCD, but please finish your sentence. Otherwise, you'll look like an idiot." Qin Zhe sighed, "But now I'm still an airport runway, and my sister has become a D-cup." The system said, "So your dream is to get her?" Qin Zhe was speechless. Breast-grabbing dragon claw, "I'll use both my hands to fulfill your dream." At 4:00 in the afternoon, the well-known director in the industry arrived as promised. The director's surname was Zhen, and his name was Zhen Deswang. This fame was like a joke. His parents were really careless. Qin Zhe met him alone in the meeting room. "Chairman Qin, the reason why I'm here is because of the script." Director Zhen went straight to the point. It sounded arrogant, but he was actually flattering Qin Zhe without leaving a trace. For example, there was a video online where my future father-in-law said that my daughter was unruly and willful, and that she was bad. Then the male lead slapped him and said angrily, "Don't talk bad about my wife." Not only was the father-in-law not angry, he actually admired him. That was what it meant. Of course, this was just a video, so don't imitate it. Otherwise, the single dogs would be overjoyed. The only regret is that I can't choose the roles myself. Director Zhen said. The female lead and some important supporting roles will remain unchanged. As for the other roles, Director Zhen can decide on your own. Qin Zhe smiled. Zhen Deswang was asking for benefits. The director, investors, scriptwriters, and other big shots could decide on the roles. This was a huge power, and because of this, they could sleep with celebrities. Of course, the benefits were definitely not limited to sleeping with celebrities. This kind of cultured director liked to sleep with women the most. Since ancient times, those who called themselves cultured were all dumas. In ancient times, if you didn't go to a brothel, you would be embarrassed to call yourself a scholar. Reciting poems in a brothel and discussing the world's major events was carefree. But now, brothels were illegal, so the backbones of all scholars were broken. Lamentable, lamentable. In modern times, a literary big shot once said that his greatest wish in life was to sleep with a few women. If one wasn't a loss, two would be a gain, and more than three would not be a waste of his life. That was the general meaning, so there shouldn't be any misinterpretation. Salted fish Zhe, since the big shot said so, why are they calling me a scumbag? Currently, the main lead and important supporting roles have been finalized. You want to use some unimportant supporting roles to sleep with them? Only a fool would agree to sleep with you. Zhen Deswang understood and smiled, not mentioning the matter again. Chairman Qin, when do you think is the best time to start filming? The sooner, the better. After that, the two discussed some details and were satisfied with each other. Qin Zhe asked the female assistant, who seemed to have the surname Xiang, to bring the contract in and sign it on the spot. Qin Zhe turned back and continued to think about his mission. To finish a movie in 3 months, he definitely couldn't choose something as coquettish as xianxia or mythology. He also couldn't choose some brain-burning mystery or mystery script. Ignoring the box office, if he wanted a good reputation, it seemed that only romantic or literary films were the best choices. But he and his sister already had a youthful pain movie, and it was in this genre. First of all, the audience would be tired of it. Moreover, Qin Zhe himself wasn't cut out for this kind of script. Actually, there was a genre that would be very popular and would definitely have a good reputation. For example, Tokyo Hot. For example, a bento. It would definitely have a good reputation. Qin Zhe returned to the office and asked his sister, who was sitting behind the desk and reading documents, Bao Bao, what kind of movie do you think has a good reputation? Qin Bao Bao's delicate body trembled and she inexplicably blushed. Crazy, Bao Bao is for you to say that? Lunatic, crazy. It was as if a bolt of lightning had split open his mind, bringing with it a tidal wave of inspiration. Generally speaking, for a movie that had a good reputation and a movie that didn't make a hit, the more unpopular the better. Romantic, hipster, hot-blooded, paranoid, crazy. A movie with these elements, if it could be made with the essence, would have a good reputation. Qin Zhe had seen a movie before. The entire movie was shot in one room. It was a heart-to-heart talk between a female technician and a male drifter. It was a very artistic and cold film. The box office wasn't high, but the movie had a good reputation and won an award in the end. Qin Zhe felt that he could make a movie with a crazy theme. There were many such movies in the country. Some were flops, some did well at the box office, but they belonged to the unpopular series. The key was that as long as you made it crazy, paranoid, and capture the essence, it would be easy to get a good reputation. Bao Bao, let's make a movie. Her delicate body trembled and she was angry. Bao Bao, who are you to say that? I'll hit you if you say it again. Sister, let's make a movie. What movie? I've thought of the theme, but not the script. Give me half a month. Oh. His sister responded and continued to look at the documents. He remembered that when he called her sister last year, she would shiver and have her hair stand on end. Now, she was calm. If he called her Bao Bao a few more times in the future, she would probably get used to it. Indeed, when it came to going offline, one just had to get used to it. Qin Zhe couldn't help but think of Wang Zijin. That sister's offline was a little difficult to break through. His greatest achievement so far was to rub shoulders with little Fatty in between. If it wasn't for little Fatty, his little brother wouldn't just rub shoulders with her, but would fight on the spot. For the whole day, Qin Zhe didn't do anything. He hugged his sister's laptop and watched a movie with a crazy theme. He came to a conclusion that the only way to make a movie with this theme was to have schizophrenia. At night, Qin Zhe's interview was quickly uploaded to various major media platforms. My attitude is already very clear. Unspoken rules are the most controversial topic in the entertainment industry, and it's also the most criticized part. I think this is a very bad behavior. I can't change others, but I can change myself. At least in my company, my territory, I don't allow unspoken rules to appear. The bullet screen slid past. Netizens praised Qin Zhe for being a clear stream in the entertainment industry. These days, everyone knew about the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, but no star or director had discussed it in depth. Because it was inconvenient to say, if you scolded, your peers would be unhappy. Moreover, how many of them could be untainted? If you didn't scold, the audience would question you and criticize you. Most of the time, you chose to avoid talking about it. Qin Zhe was probably the first to stand up and criticize this behavior in recent years. He wasn't putting on a show. He was really disgusted. Because of his sister, he changed his way of doing things in the beginning so that he could protect his sister from the unspoken rules. In the second half of the video, during the segment where the reporter asked Qin Bao Bao questions, the bullet screen was obviously several times more popular. Netizens joked that this was a series where lovers finally became siblings. To be honest, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao are quite compatible, if you don't consider their sibling status. Let me tell you a secret. Qin Bao Bao has a brother complex. The crazy brother flaunting has already exposed her brother complex. I'm always envious of them. They have such a good relationship. They are the model siblings in the entertainment industry. This reporter is crazy. He's always looking for trouble. Look at Qin Zhe's embarrassed face. I don't think he's looking for trouble. I know what the reporter is talking about. After watching Journey to the West, I really felt that there was no problem with them being a couple. There was no sense of disharmony at all. That gaze is so classic. It's definitely true love. The person who said it was probably just joking, but the person who watched it was a little flustered, probably because of a guilty conscience. At midnight, the air conditioner blew cold air. In the room, under Qin Bao Bao's recommendation, Wang Zijin pulled Qin Zhe to watch the video together. Salted fish, Zhe said angrily, isn't there a real name system on the internet? I'm going to sue them for slander. My girlfriend is obviously Sister Ziwei. Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin exited the video software expressionlessly, locked the screen, and crawled under the quilt. Sleep. Salted fish Zay, then can I sleep here? Aren't you afraid that your sister will check the room? What's there to be afraid of? Slap her to death. Oh, men. Then, there was a muffled sound under the quilt. Chin Zay crawled under the quilt and hugged her slender waist from behind. The summer quilt was very thin, and his abdomen felt her firm and perky little butt. Can I rub against you? Get lost. Chapter 571. One city. This was a city full of controversies. The city's infrastructure could only be considered third tier. It was not even as good as some small counties, but it had produced many rich people. Since the reform and opening up, this city, which had always been mediocre in history, rose and became the pioneer of China's private economy and the front line of reform and opening up. The rich people who left Wen City had a strange phenomenon. They did not seem to be interested in returning to the city where they grew up. Other than returning to the city during festivals, they spent most of their time outside. They bought houses outside, started companies outside, and developed their businesses outside. The people of Wen City had a special characteristic. When they became rich, they liked to bring their relatives to make money together. They were very united. In other places, when you brought your relatives to make money, it was rare for them to part on good terms. It was common for them to set up their own businesses. It was good enough that they did not poach you. Black Crystal Building. On the top floor, in an office that was nearly 100 square meters, Su Guang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of wine in his hand, overlooking the prosperous central business district. On the leather sofa behind him, Su Yao flipped through a magazine. There was a glass of Yamazaki water cut in his hand. Yamazaki water cut. A's taught me how to drink it. It's not bad. Su Guang raised his glass. The ice ball in the glass reflected a diamond-like light. Try it. When Su Yao heard this, he immediately took a small sip from his cup. He was not used to drinking this. The wine was brought by Su Guang. This morning, he suddenly visited, and Su Yao pushed away a few meetings to accompany him. He did not feel that it was a pity. Money was endless, but the number of old friends was limited. In this world, like old wine, the only things that could change over time were old friends. Back then, we were poor boys with nothing. Now, I still have nothing, but you are worth tens of billions. Su Guang sighed. We grew up in the same village. You only scored a few points more than me. Su Yao corrected him. It's not just a few points more. You barely passed, and I got full marks every time. This is the difference between a top student and a bottom student. Su Guang rolled his eyes. Did the bottom student eat your food? Su Yao sneered. The bottom student took my money. A few million. Su Guang chuckled. We are brothers. We've been friends for decades. Besides, you used to be a man who wanted to be my brother-in-law. Su Yao frowned. Does your brother-in-law agree with what you said? Su Guang was speechless. If my brother-in-law heard this, he would probably give me a big slap. And because I owed him too many favors, I didn't dare to fight back, just like when I was young. I was too cowardly when I was young and felt that I couldn't beat Qin Jianzhang. There was a reason why Su Guang didn't like the old man. The man behind him had been secretly in love with his sister since they were young, and Su Guang had grown up with him. Naturally, Su Guang would side with him. It was just that this guy was too cowardly. He had always buried that love in his heart and treasured it like a treasure. But was there any value in not saying it out loud? Later on, Su Guang met Qin Jianzhang, the man who was filled with the aura of a scholar and a little ruffian. Only then did he know that this was his sister's taste. It was over. Su Yao had no chance at all. On the day of his sister's wedding, Su Yao came to attend her wedding. At that time, he was still a loser and had nothing. He watched his sister, whom he had liked for many years, and another man walk into the wedding hall expressionlessly without saying a word. After the wedding, he dragged Su Guang out to drink. As he drank, he started crying like a fool. Su Guang said, "Why bother? My sister is 6 years older than you. You don't match at all. Did you develop this sister-complex habit from Sister Ru, who you depend on for survival?" He was beaten up. Then, the two men cried together like fools. "Why are you looking for me this time? You can forget about borrowing money. I won't lend you money in the future." Su Yao said. "There is something I need your help with. A's gave me a task. He probably wants to use this as an excuse to punish me." Su Guang explained the task that Qin Zhe gave him in detail. He said helplessly, "You know that although I have been out for so many years and have a lot of bad friends, there aren't many brothers who can really help me. Then reject it. Find a job and take on the responsibilities that a man should take." Su Yao said. "Don't. It wasn't easy for me to get back on my feet. Can you bear to see me continue to fall? You have a lot of connections and have a lot of connections. You can definitely help me." Su Guang said bitterly, "You don't know. After that kid became a big boss, he became very arrogant. He doesn't care about me anymore. A few days ago, he called me and scolded me, saying that I'm useless. You're really useless. How much can you eat? You're already 40 years old. You should be satisfied." Su Yao said helplessly, "Can't you just work in peace?" Su Guang took a sip of wine, smacked his lips, and said proudly, "It's impossible for me to work. It's impossible in this lifetime. I don't know how to write or be a boss. I can only follow A's and maintain a decent life." Su Yao was speechless. "Whatever, as long as you're happy. I'll keep an eye on this for you. I'll give you an answer in a week." Su Yao took small sips of wine. The morning sun shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. His back was straight, and his hair was already slightly gray. A man in his early 40s was at the peak of a man's charm and career. Even if his body was declining, he shouldn't have gray hair so early. It was obvious just by looking at Su Guang. With his thick black hair and handsome appearance, when he went upstairs just now, the female employees kept looking back. Su Guang was overjoyed. "We're brothers in this lifetime. Is this how it should be?" Su Yao said in a low voice, "I want to meet him." Su Guang's smile gradually disappeared. Su Yao said, "It's just a meeting." Su Guang's smile gradually became ferocious. Su Yao said, "Really?" Su Guang sighed. "Why? Why? You're still as stubborn as before. Don't disturb their peaceful life. Sister and brother-in-law respect each other and love each other. A's and Bao Bao have a good relationship. Their family is harmonious. What does it have to do with you? But since you asked, I'll agree. Who knows, I might even meet A's girlfriend. I'm not sure if she counts as a girlfriend." Su Guang sighed. "This guy isn't loyal enough when it comes to relationships. He's not like me or you." He paused for a moment and didn't continue. Although Su Guang was good-looking, he wasn't a womanizer. Otherwise, with his looks, the number of rich women who would throw themselves at him would be uncountable. He could rely on his looks to make a living, but he chose to rely on his strength. In the end, he failed for more than 10 years. When God opened a window for you, he would also close the door. It made sense. Knock, knock, knock. There were a few knocks on the door. Su Guang and Su Yao both fell silent. After a few seconds, Su Yao said, "Come in." It was a 17 or 18-year-old girl who pushed the door open. She was dressed fashionably, with curly hair and no makeup. "Dad, Uncle Su Guang." The girl greeted them and sat down on the sofa. She hugged Su Yao's arm and asked, "When will my acceptance letter come?" Su Yao said lightly, "Probably in a few days." The girl didn't ask any more questions. She let go of her father's arm and played with Su Guang. "TSK, TSK. My niece has grown up." "Not bad, not bad." Su Guang laughed. "Have you become prettier? You look 60% like your dad." How am I pretty? The two guys who were a few rounds apart in age were fooling around without restraint. The girl's name was Su Yanyan, Su Yao's eldest daughter. She had graduated from high school and was going to college in September. Su Yanyan's grades were not bad, but they were still far from Fudan University. However, this girl was determined to go to Fudan University in Shanghai. She didn't dare to argue with Su Yao, so she went to her mother. In the evil capitalist society, the cutoff points and whatnot were just floating clouds. Su Yao had no choice but to ask his connections to get her an acceptance letter. There was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. If there was, then it was not enough. After that, Su Yao asked his daughter why she wanted to go to Fudan University. If I go to college in Shanghai, I can meet Qin Zhe. I can take a picture with him and get his autograph. Su Yanyan replied. Su Yao was in a bad mood. Yanyan, I didn't bring much money with me. I came to Wen City on my own. My boss didn't reimburse me. How about you lend me a few thousand? Su Guang said shamelessly. Huh? I don't even have my pocket money for this month. I'm not lending it to you. I know you have some money. Be good, just a few thousand. I'll help you get Qin Zhe's autograph. Su Yanyan giggled. You're bluffing. If you can get Qin Zhe's autograph, I can lend you 100,000. I'm not lying. If you lend me 100,000, I'll let Qin Zhe go on a date with you. Really? Can I really go on a date with him? Then I'll give you all my money. Su Yanyan smiled. She and this father of hers liked each other very much. Perhaps it was because he didn't have the dignity of an elder. Every time they met, he would smile and even bring her gifts. Su Guang didn't learn much, but he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Every time he was rejected by Su Yao, he would go to his house and ask for money. Ahem. Su Yao coughed twice. He thought helplessly that Su Guang didn't know how to act like an elder. He was too casual about his life and work. He lacked rigor and wolf nature. That was why he was such a failure in this life. For example, when the economy was in recession, he advised Su Guang to withdraw his funds first and wait for the market. In the end, this guy didn't listen and lost everything. Reading was too important. Reading wasn't about books. It was about knowledge and thinking. Thinking determined the way out. Su Yanyan transferred $10,000 to Su Guang and waited for him to bring back Qin Zhe's autograph. Actually, she didn't expect him to really get the autograph. It wasn't like people from Shanghai could definitely meet Qin Zhe, let alone get an autograph. But she just liked this handsome uncle. After Su Yanyan left, Su Guang held his phone and smiled happily. I'll transfer this $10,000 to my daughter as her pocket money, he said. Do you have any shame? I'm taking all the money. I'm making a legitimate deal. I'll give her a stack of A's autographed photos. Su Guang sighed. In the blink of an eye, Yanyan is also going to college. How's your little brat's academic performance? Is there any hope of getting into college? Su Yao answered bluntly, there's hope for a diploma mill. Su Guang gloated. Hey, these two kids of yours aren't smart at all. It's not like you. Although my Yaya isn't as smart as her cousin, I never have to worry about her studies. The same goes for her brother. Although I lost to you, my daughter and son are smart. Haha. Su Yao glanced at him and sneered. Did you really win? Su Guang was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. Not as good as him. Chapter 572. Qin Zhe had been in a state of madness for the past few days. He wrote the script until late at night and then pushed it all back to the beginning. He racked his brains to come up with the plot and highlight the distinctive parts of the script. Difficult. Super difficult. The system did not leave him much time. He could not be like other screenwriters, spending months or even years to come up with a script. Cross it out. If screenwriters put in so much effort, there would not be so many bad movies in the country. Although he was a science student, he was good at writing essays. After all, he was a big shot who won an award in junior high. He was the pen man who enjoyed the envy and admiration of the girls in his class. But writing essays and writing scripts were two completely different things. Previously, he did not find it difficult to modify the scripts of Journey to the West and Legend of the True Yellow. Instead, he was complacent because he found the logical loopholes in the scripts. It was not difficult at all. It was just that. When he started to write a script from scratch, he realized that it was a very difficult and brain-burning task. His current situation was like the difference between traditional writers and web writers. Traditional writers could spend a few years writing slowly. They had enough time to settle down and deliberate. Web writers, on the other hand, had to write 2 chapters a day. They had to write until they ran out of ideas, until their kidneys were weak. They had to write every day without hesitation, then the readers would say, "Boring, I give up." Damn it. The best way is to experience the feeling of schizophrenia. The system gave him an idea. It's not that. I can't write the script now. Chinze was troubled. I know nothing about schizophrenia. That's right. Even if you're good at acting, you don't know how to act. The system said. So, can I withdraw the mission? You're thinking too much. Schizophrenia patient, schizophrenia patient. Chinze murmured a few times and walked to the mirror in the wardrobe. He looked at his tall and handsome face in the mirror. He saw a big, handsome, on his face. How could he be a Prince Charming if he was not handsome? Stop joking. He kept thinking, what was a schizophrenia patient like? Crazy? Extreme? 2 selves. He closed his eyes and opened them a few seconds later. Miss, from the first time I saw you, I knew that you were the other half of my life. At this time, Chinze's eyes were deep and meaningful. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression was focused and affectionate. Buddha said that the 500 times we looked back in our previous lives, we only passed by each other once. I believe that we must have an inseparable fate in our previous lives. In the next moment, Chinze's affectionate and focused expression collapsed. His meaningful and deep eyes turned ferocious. Ha ha ha, shall by. Chi, it's your blessing that I have taken a fancy to you. Be obedient and wait for me to f*ck you in the future. Buddha said that if you look back 500 times in the previous life in exchange for passing by in this life, in our current situation, we must have f*ked each other until the end of time. Wahahaha, scream all you want, even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. No one can escape from the Hei's king's crotch. Wild laughter echoed in the room. At this moment, he saw a figure at the door from the corner of his eye. Ha 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 ha. Burp. Chinze's laughter suddenly disappeared, as if someone had grabbed his throat and choked him. He turned his head stiffly. It was Sister Ziwei. Standing at the door was Sister Ziwei. Damn, why is she standing at my door in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? I didn't close the door. Wang Zijin stared at him blankly. Her expression was strange and complicated. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, and sluggishness. Translated into one sentence, I didn't expect you to be such a dog. I didn't disturb you, did I? Wang Zijin hugged the pillow in her arms tightly and said timidly, I'm just passing by. I'll go back to sleep first. Sister Ziwei turned around and fled as if her butt was on fire. It was so embarrassing. Chinze reached out his hand and made a gesture to ask her to stay, but in the end, he was too embarrassed to say anything. In the room, there was a dead silence. It's so embarrassing, I'm just acting. I'm just trying to experience being a schizophrenia patient. However, it was precisely because he was proficient in it that he could imagine how terrifying his face had been when it had crumbled just now. Would it leave some sort of psychological trauma on Sister Zian? This was even more embarrassing than being caught by his girlfriend playing with poop and licking his nose in private. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your Italian cannon? Shoot me, shoot me. I don't have the face to see anyone. How should I say this? Although your acting was a bit exaggerated, you did manage to grasp the madness of schizophrenia patients. The system comforted him. Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin slipped back to her room, covered her head and fell asleep. She told herself that it was an illusion, that what she saw just now was an illusion. However, the image of Qin Zhe's ferocious and deranged face lingered in her mind. Is he really A's like that? Is he that scary? This feeling was like having a virtuous and cute girlfriend, only to find out that she was actually a crazy woman. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't feel at ease. So she slipped out of her room again and opened the door to Qin Baobao's room. The three of them never locked the door at home. It was especially convenient for a night attack. At 11:00 at night, Qin Baobao was already asleep. She was covered with a thin blanket, with her back facing the door. One could vaguely see the beautiful curves of her body. Wang Zijin closed the door, turned on the lights, lifted the blanket and got into bed. She shook Qin Baobao awake. What's up? I was sleeping soundly. Qin Baobao opened her eyes in a daze and mumbled unhappily. There's something that I don't know if I should say. Wang Zijin hesitated. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Sleep, sleep. Qin Baobao pulled the blanket over her head and nudged her butt. But I don't feel confident if I don't say it. Wang Zijin said mysteriously, it has something to do with A's. Qin Baobao poked her head out of the blanket. Her messy hair covered half of her face. On the other half, a pair of bright eyes could be seen. She asked, what's wrong? Wang Zijin said carefully, I just saw him in the room. Qin Baobao was invigorated. She chuckled and said, he was having sex in the room? Brother is a 24-year-old man and has never had a girlfriend. He must be thirsty, he. Wang Zijin knocked her lightly on the head and said unhappily, it's much scarier than that. Just now, when I passed by his door, I saw him standing in front of the mirror. His expression was horrifying, and the words he said were unbearable. Then, he started laughing. In short, he looked like he was crazy. Of course, she would not say that she was hugging a pillow and preparing to sleep with her brother. Recently, they had been sleeping together every day. Either Qin Zhe or Wang Zijin would crawl over in the middle of the night. In any case, Qin Baobao was in good health and did not usually wake up at night. In the morning, she would wake up late, so their little actions would not be exposed. Wang Zijin was afraid of being F***ked, but she also wanted to be intimate with her boyfriend. Sometimes, she would even take the initiative. Oh. Qin Baobao pulled the blanket over her head. Wang Zijin was speechless. Oh. Wang Zijin pulled the blanket down and pinched her daughter's face. Is your brother crazy? Why are you so calm? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and said, he must be acting. What do you mean? Wang Zijin asked. He said that he wants to film an unpopular but well-received movie. The theme is about mental patients. Didn't you notice that he has been daydreaming recently? He is thinking about the script. Don't make a fuss. Sleep, sleep. It's not good for a woman's skin to stay up late. I don't have a boyfriend yet. I need to take good care of myself. She pulled the blanket over her head again. Is that so? Wang Zijin was enlightened. She heaved a sigh of relief. There is nothing wrong with my boyfriend. Are you going to sleep? If not, go back to your room. If you want to sleep, turn off the lights. Qin Baobao pushed her best friend's belly. Go to sleep. I haven't slept with you in a long time. You must be missing me. Wang Zijin chuckled. Pa. The lights were turned off. Wang Zijin quickly crawled under the blanket and hugged Qin Baobao from behind. She said fiercely, little girl, who are you showing off your big breasts to? I will help you rub them and see if they are fake goods. Qin Baobao shrieked, it hurts. Don't pinch. Ouch. Who Who are you showing off to with such a big butt? Oh, it feels good to touch. Wang Zijin, stop fooling around. I want to sleep. Why are you so naughty today? Rub against me. Rub against me before you sleep. Where did you learn such dirty words? Your brother. Chapter 573. At the end of August, Qinzhe received a call from his uncle, saying that he had found a suitable VR manufacturer in Xincheng. Xincheng, a bit far. In fact, Qinzhe's ideal location was in Shanghai, but Shanghai was a city with a strong smell of money. It was definitely the best choice to engage in finance in Shanghai. However, the R&D and innovation of such high-tech products were first in the coastal cities. Among the coastal cities, Guangdong and Shenzhen were the best. Shanghai was a bit worse. Each of the first-tier cities in China had different characteristics. The best way that Qinzhe and Suyu discussed was to buy a factory in Shanghai, then acquire a team in other places and move the chassis to Shanghai. However, this kind of situation was more troublesome. It was equivalent to building a team. Shenzhen was too far away from Shanghai. Executives may not be willing to leave their hometown, let alone ordinary employees. But because it was too far away, Qinzhe's team was currently all in Shanghai, and Shenzhen was not easy to manage. Baoza Investment. Suyu, come with me to Shenzhen tomorrow. Qinzhe said, my uncle found a VR equipment manufacturer willing to sell. I heard that the equipment is good, but because of long-term poor profitability, the investors did not play, causing the manufacturer to be short of funds. They are struggling at death's door and intend to sell it. Suyu thought that it was finally time for her to appear. She had been sitting on the bench for a long time. Is your uncle reliable? Suyu's tone and expression were like a little daughter-in-law who was disgusted with her unreliable relatives. The people of the inspection team sent the evaluation report. Qinzhe logged into his personal email, opened the email, and pushed it to Suyu. There were financial statements, asset evaluations, equipment evaluations, etc. Most of the pros and cons were included. The final answer was a red tick. However, the acquisition price required the boss to personally negotiate and field inspection. In the end, it depended on the boss's wishes and the results of the negotiation. Let your assistant buy a ticket, Qinzhe said. Halfway through, he didn't seem to remember the name of Suyu's assistant. He was the president of Baoza, but he didn't have an assistant himself, or Suyu was his assistant. Suyu had two assistants, both of whom were older, in their 30s. They looked very good, much better than her sisters, but they were a little older, and their figures were a little out of shape. Wearing an office lady suit, they couldn't look graceful and sexy. Oh, women. In some ways, they were all the same. Suyu grabbed the landline on the table and dialed the phone. Help me book 2 tickets. I will arrive in Xincheng before 5:00 tomorrow afternoon. The departure time will be after 1:00 tomorrow afternoon. You decide. After hanging up, she said, I still have something to do at the company. I'll try to get it done by tomorrow morning. There's no rush, right? You didn't ask your 2 assistants to go. You're just a troublesome light bulb. Why are you calling him? Qinzhe nodded, thinking that it would be great if he could have a private jet one day. In the morning, he would go to Turkey to show off. In the afternoon, he would go to Japan to eat Japanese food. In the afternoon, he would go to Paris to experience the most romantic city in Europe. Then, at night, she would bring her sisters to Beijing to breathe in the smog. She would be full and happy. The villagers are really bad. The air pollution is caused by our lack of straw. The office fell into a quiet state of work. Suyu occasionally went out for a while, then came back and continued to read documents and sign. During this period, there was a short meeting, probably to explain tomorrow's matters. Qinzhe was holding a notebook and writing his script in the office. Since Baoza was on the right track and flourishing, he was a bit like a hands-off shopkeeper. The company was managed by Suyu, and the business was handed over to the department manager. As a boss, he needed to do everything by himself. The boss was like this. When he started a business, he poured his blood and sweat, laid a foundation, and then handed it over to his subordinates to manage and operate. It was a bit similar to the ancestors in Xuanhuan novels. They lived in seclusion for a long time. Once something happened to the family, they would jump out to turn the tide and help the building to collapse. What are you writing? Suyu didn't know when she sat next to him and leaned over to look at the screen. Script, Qinzhe said, I'm writing a script. After the acquisition is over, I will concentrate on writing the script, and then make a movie. Then can I be the heroine? Suyu's eyes were shining. This is not a romance film, Qinzhe scratched his head. I don't have a heroine. Let me see your script, Suyu said. Qinzhe's script was just a draft, outlining a general story framework. The hero in the story had a bad childhood. His father was a gambler. Because he owed a huge amount of money to loan sharks, he hid all day and lived the life of a stray dog. Later, he was caught by the forces of loan sharks and sunk in the Huangpu River. The one who sunk him in the Huangpu River was a ruthless strong woman. Hey, your character is based on Sister Man, right? It must be her. I'm going to send the script to her. Suyu laughed. Is it really good for you to hate Sister Man so much? Do you want to be a widow at a young age? Qinzhe glared at her. Then the protagonist's mother went crazy. She wandered around the village all day, with disheveled hair. The protagonist lived silently, went to school, and took care of his mother. One day, when he came back from school, he found that his mother had been defiled by a ruffian in the village. She was pregnant for 9 months and gave birth to a daughter. It was undoubtedly a devastating disaster for a family that barely survived and relied on the government's relief. Wow, it's the kind of literary film at first glance. I hate tear-jerking movies. When I wrote novels, if I wrote a little bit of abuse, would call it poison. Suyu frowned. I'm not writing a novel, I'm making a movie. In the unpopular movies that win in content, this kind of plot is nothing. Qinzhe said. He's not making a comedy, and he has no comedy talent. The system's task is to complete a movie independently. If Qinzhe has comedy talent, he will make a comedy. Maybe it will be a box office hit. During this time, he has studied many movies with excellent reviews. First of all, the content can't be plain. There must be twists and turns and bitterness in it. His father was sunk in the Huangpu River, and the family lived happily with the subsistence allowance. This part was scrapped. Qinzhe has to admit that he actually plagiarized. No, how can a scholar's matter be called plagiarism? It's reference. He referred to a short clip of a movie that he saw when searching for similar movies in the point store, and then modified it and added it to the script. That's it? Suyu held the mouse and pulled it down. The script ended here. Just a beginning. She looked at Qinzhe speechlessly. I can't write it, I'm stuck. Qinzhe scratched his head. Wisdom limits my imagination, and I can't guess the world of schizophrenia patients at all. The reason why he was stuck was that he didn't know the specific symptoms of schizophrenia patients, their words and deeds, their state after the illness, and what they imagined. You need to go out for a walk, or go to a mental hospital for a field trip. Suyu suggested. It makes sense. Qinzhe nodded. He turned his head and kissed Suyu on the cheek. Sure enough, behind a successful man, there is a smart woman. The plane crossed the blue sky and the white clouds. Qinzhe, sitting by the window, looked down. Houses, fields, and high-rise buildings became mini-models. During the flight, the fuselage would have a stronger shake and tilt. The scenery was very good. Qinzhe held on for a few seconds and pulled down the window cover. It was terrible, and he always felt that he would fall at any time. Taking a plane was not a good thing for people with acrophobia, but Qinzhe felt very excited while his heart was beating wildly. The feeling of both fear and yearning. Do you have acrophobia? Next to him, Suyu's eyes were bright, as if she had found something interesting. Yes, didn't I tell you? Qinze took off his mask and took a sip of water. His beating heart calmed down a little. What does acrophobia feel like? Suyu asked. She didn't have acrophobia. Why do you think there is such a symptom? It's like people who don't get carsick. It's hard to understand when they see someone vomiting because of sitting in a car. It's the kind of. Qinze put the mask back on and tried to describe. The heart will jump to the throat, the breath will be blocked, the legs will be soft, and sometimes it will be accompanied by breathing difficulties. Suyu tilted her head, thought about it, and wondered, isn't this the feeling when you and I have sex? Qinze, is this the feeling? Suyu whispered, it's true, every time I have sex with you, my heart beats very fast, and you hit me so hard that my breathing is intermittent. After that, my legs are soft. Qinze, it turned out that the symptoms of acrophobia were the same as the feeling of having sex. The long posture. Husband, would you like to bungee jump with me? Suyu whispered. Psycho. Qinze rolled his eyes. But Suyu couldn't see it. He was wearing sunglasses, blocking his eyes. You really love Wang Zijin more. If she asks so, you will definitely agree. Suyu pouted and looked pitiful. No, if she asks for this, I won't agree. Qinze waved his hand. What if I die suddenly? Even if Wang Zijin asks so, he will refuse. Bungee jumping makes him feel weak in the legs. In his life, he has only ridden a roller coaster with his sister. But at that time, they were brother and sister, and after they came down, both of them became mentally retarded. Qinze leaned against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Last night, he thought about the script and wrote intermittently until 2:00 in the morning. At 5:30, he got up for a morning run with Sister Ziwei. He felt a little tired. Physically, he was okay, but mentally, he couldn't bear it. Suyu felt a little bored and happened to see a girl in the next seat watching Journey to the West on iPad with relish. After Journey to the West was taken off the shelves, the online version was put on the shelves and sold for a high copyright fee. This girl can sit in first class, and she is certainly not short of money, but she still watches Journey to the West, which shows that she really likes this movie. Your country's movies, the special effects are very good, but the plot is not good at all. Next to the girl, a foreign man said. I think it's very good. The girl said. I've seen this film, and the logic is not very good. The foreign man said. This is a mythical love movie, not a mystery movie. The young girl retorted. The two of them conversed in English. Chapter 574. Behind the young man and woman, another blonde foreigner with blue eyes said, I've seen this movie. Several actresses are very beautiful, but the plot is not good. The special effects are good. His judgmental tone was filled with disdain. The girl turned her head and said unwillingly, China's box office is the first, and it broke the record. That's because Hollywood's blockbuster happened not to be released at the same time, otherwise the first place would always be in our country. The foreigner behind him was a little older, but only relatively speaking, he was at most 30 years old. And its foreign box office should not be good. China's movies don't sell well abroad, but your country's market is very big, so even if the quality of the movie is not good, it can sell high box office. It was really an irrefutable statement. The foreigner also specially checked the box office of A Journey to the West on the internet. After that, he showed his mobile phone to the girl and proudly said, Look, the box office is very average. The girl curled her lips and did not speak. Suyu added a sentence and asked the girl, Do you also like to watch A Journey to the West? The girl was obviously stunned. She turned her head and looked at the beautiful sister who was a little blind. She smiled politely and said, Well, I'm a fan of Qinze. Well, I'm also a fan of Qinze. Suyu nodded. Really? Do you like his movies or songs? I like both. I listen to every song of his and watch every movie. In this way, the chatterbox was opened. The two of them were separated by a woman and chatted in a low voice, trying not to disturb the people around them. The first-class seats were large, but the space was not big, but there were few seats. They spoke in a low voice and did not disturb others. Talented and good-looking little fresh meats were always especially popular with girls. There was a very strange phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Although little fresh meats and popular actresses couldn't escape the evil hands of trolls, 90% of the trolls were male creatures. Female fans were higher quality than male fans, although there were often people who scolded women for being brainless and blindly chasing stars. The people who said these words were all envious and jealous male comrades. After the male comrades finished trolling the little fresh meat and the female actresses, they trolled everything. Qin Zhe listened to Su Yu's fancy flattery. His face was burning, and he felt embarrassed. However, the girls seemed to have found a kindred spirit. They talked about everything from music and movies to Qin Zhe's private life. Su Yu said, Qin Zhe is a man with a very clean private life, unlike other little fresh meats, who are shining on the screen, but their private life is very debauched. The girl nodded. It could be seen that Qin Zhe had a good reputation. Su Yu added, we are both siblings. Compared to Qin Zhe, I am extremely dissatisfied with Qin Bao. She was just a vase. She didn't know anything except singing. You see, from the beginning of the singer program until now, she had relied on her younger brother to become rich and famous. Other than being pretty, she has no other redeeming qualities. She tried her best to criticize Qin Bao Bao. The girl said, Qin Bao Bao is also okay. She sings well and her acting skills are good. Su Yu was dissatisfied. Where is she good? Her acting skills are not even as good as mine. Singing. Oh, can she be popular without the songs written by Qin Zhe? Seeing that she was a little angry, the girl weakly echoed, I also think Qin Bao Bao is too beautiful. Su Yu smiled. I listened to your accent. Are you also from Shanghai? The girl said, yes, I studied in the United States and now work in a foreign company. They are my colleagues. This time they went to Xingxing for a project inspection. While talking, she always felt that Su Yu was a bit familiar. That kind of feeling of déjà vu, but she clearly didn't know Su Yu. If she watched Journey to the West again, she could recognize that Su Yu and Xiang Xiang were the same person. Even if a woman is born beautiful, there is a world of difference between makeup and no makeup. Su Yu and Qin Bao Bao are beautiful enough, but if they wear makeup, it will make Qin Zhe feel a little dreamy, thinking that such a beauty should only exist in the painting. Even if a woman with a very ordinary appearance, with a little bit of makeup skills, she will become a beauty in minutes. How many local tyrants who rewarded female anchors with a lot of money were heartbroken when they met? They strongly urged the government to list makeup as a crime of fraud. Su Yu said, we are not only from the same hometown, but also have the same experience. I also studied in the United States. She didn't say that she had a doctorate and a master's degree. She only said the school. You are also from Yale? The foreigner behind the girl said in a surprised tone. Yes. Su Yu turned her head and gave her a polite and reserved smile. The foreigner was very happy, made a self-introduction in English, and reached out her hand. Su Yu didn't reach out, but nodded and smiled. She didn't like this foreigner, who just belittled Qin Zhe's movie. She didn't mean to shake hands with him. Shaking hands is the etiquette of communication, but we are not friends, and we don't intend to make friends. If we shake hands with anyone, wouldn't Boss Su be tired to death? Su Yu's approach didn't make the foreigner retreat, but they started to talk. He did graduate from Yale University, and he could always talk about topics that interested Su Yu. They talked about the school environment and some interesting rumors that had been around for a long time. For example, a certain coffee shop outside the school was sold, and you can't drink that flavor of coffee anymore. For example, a certain senior became famous and became an outstanding alumnus in the photo cabinet. Listening to their conversation, Qin Zhe felt like he was listening to an interesting story from another world. It was indeed different from the universities in China. The foreigner was a little older than Su Yu, so he was a senior. He was good at flirting with girls. He asked Su Yu for her number, although Su Yu didn't give it to him. Taking advantage of the gap between Suyu drinking water, the two foreigners communicated with their eyes, and the other foreigner pouted at Suyu. The foreigner behind the girl immediately got up, walked over, and said in broken Chinese, "Hello, can you change your position?" He was talking to Qinzhe, but Qinzhe was sleeping and didn't know. The foreigner pushed him on the shoulder, and he opened his eyes and looked at him blankly. "Can you change your position?" The foreigner repeated. "No." Qinzhe said. "Is it different?" The foreigner said, "She and I are alumni, and we want to chat." "Thank you." Qinzhe was disgusted by his confident tone. He remembered that when his sister was still working in a foreign company, she complained to him one day that foreigners were particularly difficult to get along with. Their words often had "thank you" and "good," but you couldn't feel the slightest sincerity. It was as if those words were just words, but in fact, they were very domineering, especially the executives in the company, who were always used to being superior. Qinzhe had no idea about this. From the perspective of an experienced theorist, he comforted his sister and said, "That's because the superiority of foreigners is innate. More than 10 years ago, they were even more domineering." "I'm sleeping." "It's very rude of you to disturb me," Qinzhe said in not very fluent English. His English was not bad, and he could read foreign books, but his spoken English was terrible. The Westerner muttered a slang and turned around to go back. Suyu whispered, "He said you are a dog." Qinzhe didn't believe it. "Nonsense, do foreigners know the word dog? Suyu said, "It means that." Qinzhe sneered. "Is this the quality of a foreign famous university?" Suyu joked, "Well, the moon in foreign countries is the roundest. Foreigners are all highly qualified talents." "You speak in a strange way." Qinzhe pinched her thigh. On the other side, the foreigner muttered discontentedly. The girl muttered with her foreigner companion, which meant that Suyu and Qinzhe knew each other, so it was normal that they wouldn't change seats. Suyu sighed. "I miss the days abroad. Is there someone or something worth remembering there? I don't have many friends abroad." Thinking about those years, it was very lonely to be alone in a foreign land. But, after all, it was a part of my life. Suyu wanted to lean her head on Qinzhe's shoulder, but the seats in the first class were very spacious, unlike the seats in the economy class. She couldn't lean her head on Qinzhe's shoulder. Otherwise, her neck and waist would be broken before they reached Shenzhen. Everyone would have feelings about the days of studying, but Qinzhe wouldn't have such feelings for the time being. He had only graduated a year ago. Maybe in a few years, he would also sigh about the years when he was a passerby in the University of Finance and Economics. That was his lost youth. He really missed the past, unknown and carefree, unlike now, where he was the center of attention. It was really tiring to be a celebrity. Such a feeling. "What about now?" Qinzhe asked. "Now, of course, it's good in China. With you, I have nothing to be dissatisfied with." Suyu rolled her eyes. "Sensible." Qinzhe touched her head. Obviously, she was older than him, but Suyu acted like a girl who needed love and pampering in front of him. Qinzhe still enjoyed this feeling, although he was a sister complex. Qinzhe took a nap on the plane and was suddenly awakened by the noise. Suyu looked around, but because the economy class and first class were blocked by the door, she couldn't see the outside scene. The girl next to her got up, opened the door and looked outside, turned her head, and spoke English to another foreigner, and then the two went out together. With Qinzhe's poor English hearing, he could roughly understand, XX and the people outside are quarreling. Just at this time, he wanted to pee. Out of the Chinese mentality, he said, "I'll go to the toilet and eat melons." Suyu nodded and didn't join in the fun. She just said, "Come back and chat with me." "Qinzhe, you talk like an ant in Beijing." He stepped out of the first-class cabin. Chapter 575. There was someone in the first-class toilet. Qinzhe's intention to watch the show after going to the toilet fell through. Then he went to the economy class toilet. The aisle of the economy class only allowed one person to pass, so Qinze found that the way to the toilet was blocked. Many people in the economy class straightened up and poked their heads out to watch the conflict. The two air hostesses were trying to mediate. One of the two parties involved in the conflict was the top student from Yale University in the first-class cabin, a foreigner. The other was a gentle-looking middle-aged man wearing glasses. I just went to the toilet and he kept knocking on the door. After I came out, I said a few words to him and he even pushed me. The man explained to the stewardess with an agitated expression. He obviously did not understand English, and the foreigner's Chinese level was limited to simple communication and daily greetings. If he was angry, he had to rely on his mother tongue. Qinze roughly understood. The foreigner was probably in a hurry to go to the toilet. There was someone in the first class, so he came to the economy class. In the end, he found that there was still someone in the economy class, so he knocked on the door. There was nothing wrong with this person having 3 urgent needs. But his behavior of knocking on the toilet to urge him to go angered the middle-aged man in the toilet. Anyone would be angry. So the two quarreled, and it seemed that the foreigner even pushed the middle-aged man. The two air hostesses tried to communicate with the foreigner, but they could only speak a few words of English. Then a tall stewardess stood on the side and struggled to communicate with the foreigner in English. Although every airline interview had an English conversation assessment, the level was not too high. From high school to university, this was just a domestic flight. The foreigners were cursing and swearing. Even those who didn't understand English could hear them shouting, F***CKU! Sorry, sorry. The girl in the first class squeezed over with another foreigner and said, he is my friend. What's wrong? Your friend quarreled with someone. Can you tell him to go back to his seat first? We are in the air, so let's go back to our seats first, said the air hostess. The girl communicated with the foreigner in fluent English. The foreigner shook his head, pointed at the middle-aged man, and mumbled something. The girl's face showed anger and displeasure. She looked at the two air hostesses and air hostesses. My friend said that person insulted him. You have to give him a satisfactory answer. The middle-aged man was furious. Who insulted him? When I went to the washroom, he knocked on the door with all his might. Everyone outside heard him. He made me feel uneasy when I went to the washroom. When I came out, I said, crazy, and he pushed me. The foreigner said in English. The girl translated, you're occupying the toilet. Don't you have any civility? The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Using the toilet is called occupying? Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Kong Bao hurriedly said, it's just a small matter. Forget it, let's hurry back. The Westerner stood still and spoke in English. Even ordinary people could recognize the curse words that were mixed into his words. The girl said, my friend asked him to apologize. The middle-aged man couldn't believe it. Why? They had been quarreling for a while. Once the mood of watching the show passed, the passengers couldn't take it anymore. After all, the economy class wasn't big. Who could stand a group of people standing next to you, chattering and tugging? Can't you just apologize? It's not a big deal. He's not a girl. Is it so hard to say sorry? It's so annoying. Apologize to him. After all, he's a foreigner. Our countrymen have manners. The surrounding passengers were all talking at once. The middle-aged man straightened his neck. What's there to apologize for? It's not my fault. I haven't asked him to apologize yet. Pretentious. Security, don't just watch. Hurry up and get them to leave. It's so annoying. The passengers said impatiently. The air hostess looked at the middle-aged man and said, why don't you apologize to him? The middle-aged man was stunned. Another air hostess persuaded, let's not lower ourselves to the foreigner's level. They might be serious and don't know how to be tactful. Why bother? The foreigner who came out with the girl said, apologize. He said it in Chinese. The two foreigners pursed their lips. They had been in China for so many years and had always received the best treatment and the best environment. When they had difficulties, there would be a bunch of Chinese colleagues to help them. When they had gatherings and fun, there would also be a bunch of people around them. They had lost a bicycle in China and the whole country had mobilized to help them find a car. In their own country, who would care? They did not spend a single cent and enjoyed top-notch VIP treatment. Awesome! In their own country, they could not enjoy such treatment at all. When they encountered trouble, they had to solve it themselves. If they cursed, the women in their country would despise them for being impatient. But in China, it was not like that at all. When they cursed a few times, a bunch of people would laugh and give them a thumbs up. Come on, that was clearly a swear word in their country. China was so good. Although it was a foreign country, they felt like they were the masters. When foreign dogs came over, they could look down on the local dogs of China. They waited for the middle-aged man to apologize. They did not know much Chinese. Otherwise, a sentence would have appeared in their minds, "Call me daddy." The middle-aged man looked around. The passengers on both sides of him looked impatient and annoyed. He looked at the air hostess and also wanted him to apologize. Their tone was very gentle and patient when they spoke to the foreigners, but when they spoke to him, their tone became very normal. But because it was too normal, it showed the difference between the two sides. Why? Am I wrong? Just because they were foreigners? But this was China. Weren't they all Chinese? We have the same skin and the same pupils. Only then are we on the same side. Shouldn't they be on my side? Why did their family blame their own family when they had a conflict with others at home? Why? F***CKU. The middle-aged man roared angrily. His face was red and his neck was thick. He looked like an angry clown. In the eyes of most of the passengers, he was a clown. After all, they had stayed in China for a few years. They could still understand the two words, F***CKU, just like how most of the Chinese knew how to say, F***CKU. Say that again. The foreigner pushed the middle-aged man's shoulder, causing him to stagger. The middle-aged man wanted to fight back, but he was stopped by the air hostess. Two air hostesses blocked both sides. The middle-aged man was blocked by the air hostess. He listened to the warning, "Don't cause trouble. Otherwise, you will go to the police station when you get off the plane." The foreigner cursed, F***CK, then, he changed to broken Chinese, F***CK your mother. As if still angry, he cursed, "Chinese pig. Chinesepig Chinesepig Chinesepig." Each curse was harsher than the last. The younger air hostess's face flashed with anger, but she held it in. They were staff, not passengers. If they did something reckless now, they would be fired by the manager later. It would be fine. The reason was that they treated foreign friends rudely, tarnished the country's reputation, and caused a bad impact. The surrounding passengers were angry, disdainful, and indifferent. There were all kinds of people, but no one stood out to meddle. It did not concern them, so they did not care. There were also people holding up their mobile phones to take videos. If the video was uploaded to the internet, it would cause public anger, but most people who were boiling with passion on the internet would choose to be aloof and indifferent when they encountered such a thing in reality. They were commonly known as keyboard warriors. "I think you should take back what you said just now and apologize to us." A voice interrupted. It was full of energy and instantly attracted everyone's attention. It was a young man wearing a mask and sunglasses. The foreigner recognized him. He was the very rude man in the first-class cabin. His small request was rejected. This was a very ungentlemanly Chinese man. He was far inferior to his friends and colleagues in China. "What does it have to do with you?" His broken Chinese was domineering. Qin Zhe pushed the air hostess aside and stood in front of the girl and the foreigner, saying, "Because you scolded me." The foreigner did not react, and neither did the passengers. "Chinese pig." Qin Zhe said, "Take back that sentence, apologize, and I forgive you." Looking for trouble. The foreigner was stunned at first, but he cleverly avoided the topic and said something in English. The girl beside him listened and translated. He said that the China people united to bully him. He wants to file a complaint against you. The foreigner looked at Qinzhe arrogantly. According to his experience, as long as he threatened to file a complaint, most Chinese people, not including individual investors, would choose to compromise. Because foreigners like them had a high status in China, unreasonably high. If they complained together, Chinese people's complaints would be ignored, but foreigners' complaints would be taken seriously. Sir, please go back to your seat. The air hostess looked at Qinzhe with dissatisfaction. Qinzhe was silent for a moment. He scolded us and said that Chinese people are pigs. Sir, please go back to your seat, the air hostess repeated, and then said, we will handle it ourselves. Qinzhe ignored him and looked at the foreigner. Apologize. Chinese pig. The foreigner was firm. I'm warning you, others will attack you, the air hostess warned. But as soon as he finished speaking, the foreigner next to him was kicked away. He crashed into the passenger seat on the side, and in an instant, there were screams. Qinzhe pounced, pressed the guy against the passenger, and punched him. Two air hostesses went to stop him. Like the police subduing a criminal, they pressed down on his shoulders and tried to twist his hands behind his back. Unfortunately, their strength was not comparable to Qinzhe's. Instead, they staggered. It was chaos. Many people took out their phones to take videos. Another foreigner saw the situation and went to help. Taking advantage of Qinzhe's unpreparedness, he launched a sneak attack and punched him in the head. It hurt a little. Qinzhe stood up angrily and glared at him. His sunglasses fell off, revealing half of his face. Then, for a moment, the cabin fell into a strange silence. Everyone was looking at him. Everyone was looking at him. There were all kinds of expressions. Astonishment, shock, disbelief. Their expressions froze on their faces. Especially the girl who was with the foreigner. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were wide as she stared at him in a daze. Of the two air hostesses, one was still lying at the feet of the passenger, and the other was standing firmly beside Qinzhe. But they all saw Qinzhe's face. Qinzhe. Chapter 576. As a young hunk whose popularity was comparable to the S-list, he carried the title of God of Stocks, Fast Shooter, Music Genius, and Outstanding Entrepreneur. On this flight from Shanghai, there was almost no one present who did not know him. Although Qinzhe was wearing a mask, it obviously could not prevent others from recognizing him. The upper half of his face was easier to recognize than the lower half because the eyes were the window to the soul and the most important part of a person's facial features. In the entire cabin, there were probably only two people who did not recognize him. One was lying down, and the other was standing. The one standing had his hands clenched into fists and was in a fighting posture. It seemed that he had practiced a few moves. The foreigner was tall and strong. Qinzhe was already 182 meters tall, but he was still half a head shorter than him. After getting into a fighting posture, the foreigner stared at Qinzhe. He thought that if he came over, he would reward him with a left hook, then a right hook, and then a gas heel. He would simply KO him. Qinzhe took a step forward. The moment he stepped in, the foreigner's left hook flew over. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. As soon as the combo started, it was interrupted. The foreigner's nose was punched. His vision turned black and his whole body fell backward. The girl behind him wanted to support him, but she could not. The two staggered and fell together. Qinzhe knows Kung Fu. Someone among the passengers shouted. How can he beat him? It was impossible. After recovering from the shock, the air hostess quickly grabbed Qinzhe's arm, one on each side. Don't do it, don't. The passengers all stood up, took out their phones, took photos, and recorded videos. The passengers on the other side of the cabin door were a little far away, so they did not react. They pulled the people in the front row and asked about the situation. Asked, what's going on? Why is there such a big reaction? Answered, Qinzhe, Zhe is on the plane. He hit someone. Quickly record a video. Zhe turned his head and asked the two air hostesses, "Do you want to send me to the police station?" This was what the air hostess threatened the middle-aged man just now. The two air protectors smiled bitterly at each other. After he finished speaking, he looked around. His gaze swept past the passengers and the phone cameras in their hands. He said loudly, "Since everyone has recognized me, I'll say a few words. Everyone, please be quiet." Since his identity had been exposed, he might as well say something. According to his plan, he would only reveal his true identity to the staff in the cabin. Then, through operations, the impact of this matter was eliminated. The cabin quieted down a little. Zhe said in a clear voice, "Just now, this foreigner shouted, 'Chinese pig.' Chinese people are pigs. I don't know how you feel, but I feel terrible. He's not only scolding that big brother, but he's also scolding me and everyone here. In our country, there's a saying that goes, 'If you don't teach, you'll be punished.' So I gave him a chance to apologize, but he didn't. Instead, he insulted us even more. I can only use my actions to tell him that Chinese people are not pigs." Clap, clap, clap. Zhe frowned and glanced at the passengers. "But what makes me the most uncomfortable is not his insults, but your silence. Just now, I was on the side, shouting in my heart, 'Don't be silent, don't be silent, stand up and refute.' But you didn't. You listened to him call you Chinese pigs, but you just kept silent and acted as if it had nothing to do with you. If a person doesn't even have the integrity of a race, if he doesn't even have dignity, then it's too sad." Most of them were ashamed and speechless. "Very good," Zhe said. "Lu Sun said that money can't make your knees hard. If you want to stand up again, you have to stand up from the bottom of your heart first." Lu Sun, F***CK, who's pressing down on my coffin. I'm a public figure. I know that hitting people will have a great negative impact on me, and I'll even be classified as a banned artist and banned, but I still have to do it, because someone has to stand up. Have you ever thought about what would happen if no one stood up for him? After the incident, he would talk to his companions about it and say with disdain, "Not a single Chinese person dared to stand up for me at that time. They really are like a bunch of pigs." Zhe said in a deep voice, "Dignity is something you have to protect yourself. Face is something you have to fight for. In the future, when I meet such people who insult Chinese people, I will beat them up one by one. If I shout a section of 'I Have a Dream,' it will be more emotional, but that's too stupid. I'll recite it later. What if I cross to the Republic of China?" Silence, silence. But this silence is different from the silence just now. That silence is indifference, and this silence is shame mixed with boiling blood. One face, each with different expressions. The middle-aged man with glasses had wet eyes, not pretentious, but moved. At the other end of the cabin, Siu stood at the door of the first-class cabin, looking at the crowd, the man with emotion. Her eyes were unprecedentedly infatuated and adored. After that, Zhe said to the two air hostesses, "How to deal with it, I will take the responsibility." He brushed past the infatuated stewardess and the flustered girl. As soon as he left, the two foreigners stopped pretending to be dead and angrily said to the air hostess, "Call the police when you get off the plane. I'm going to sue him." This time, the air hostess didn't answer, but called the stewardess, "Take the medicine box to stop the bleeding and rub the medicine." The foreigners repeated in Chinese, "Sue him." The air hostess ignored them. "Please go back to your seat, or we will forcibly send you back. We will help you deal with the wounds." One had a nosebleed, and the other had a bruised face. The two foreigners looked at the girl. The girl hesitated for a moment and said in English, "I think you should apologize." Fuck. The foreigners were so angry that they burst out swearing. "Stupid. Son of a bitch. Go away, brainless." In the passengers, suddenly there was a burst of curses in response to the two of them. Zhe pulled Siu back to the first-class cabin at the door and said with a wry smile, "It may take a while to get off the plane later. Sorry, I always make trouble. Suyu shook her head. You hit people again, isn't it immature? Qinze said. Because she is weak, women instinctively dislike violence. She feels that it is immature. Suyu hugged his waist and said softly, fighting also depends on the situation. Are those indifferent people outside rational? Are they men? Are they mature? As you said, they don't even have dignity, and they keep silent even when insulted. Is such a person good? She sniffed Qinze's breath deeply and became more and more intoxicated. Foreigners are all like this. I have seen a lot of Chinese people who have been discriminated against inside. They not only discriminate against Chinese people, but also engage in internal strife. The discrimination against black people is very serious. But among those Chinese people who are discriminated against, few can stand up and refute. Other bases, I can understand, but if you are discriminated against and insulted in your own country, what is it? Qinze scratched his head in annoyance. Why can't I stand up? Suyu said, why do you think about others, think about yourself, will you really be classified as a band artist? Qinze shook his head, politically correct, no. Suyu cleverly said, oh, and continued to hug him. Not long after, she let go and rubbed her neck and waist. The door of the first-class cabin was opened at this time, and 2 foreigners and a girl came in. One of them had a hemostatic cotton in his nostrils, and the other had medicine on his face. They didn't say anything, didn't dare to speak, and sat in their seats. The girl peeked at Qinze from time to time, and her expression was extremely complicated. Qinze? He was Qinze. It turned out that she had been, in the same room, with her idol. At this time, as a fan, she should have been excited to ask for autographs and photos, but after what happened just now, it was difficult to put down her face and get close to him. The same was true for the passengers in the economy class. Qinze's words just now made everyone's face burn. At 4:50 p.m., they arrived at Bao, an airport on time. After Qinze got off the plane, he was asked by the airport staff to enter the VIP room. Qinze was taken away alone. Is the police going to arrest him? Let's go and see. The passengers who took the ferry also saw that they and Qinze didn't leave on the same ferry. Let's go and see after we get off. It's in that direction, the airport police station is next to it, let's go directly. Qinze waited in the VIP room for the police from the police station. He got into a fight again. The 2 middle-aged policemen who rushed over to take notes had the same thought in their minds at the same time. The incident between Qinze, Zhao Yuqian, and Sun Wudo was still vivid in their minds. Shanghai and Shenzhen were more than 1,000 kilometers apart, but in the era of information explosion, a haircut was known all over the country, not to mention a fight between a famous person like Qinze. We received a report that you hit someone on the plane. The policeman said. Causing trouble on the plane was an additional crime. Conflicts between passengers were fine, but if it was a conflict with the staff on the plane, it would be serious enough to warrant immediate detention. I hit 2 foreigners. Qinze said. The reason? They called Chinese pigs. The policeman was stunned. Tell me in detail. Qinze recounted what happened on the plane. You didn't hurt them badly, did you? The policeman's tone was gentle. Of course not, it's just a normal fight. It doesn't constitute minor injuries. Qinze said with a smile. It was like a joke, and the policeman laughed too. Some time ago, countless people were concerned about minor injuries. The 2 foreigners are next door, we'll ask them later. After the policeman finished speaking, he left the VIP room. When they opened the door and saw the scene outside, both of them were stunned. There were dozens of people standing at the door. Chapter 577. They're out. A group of people came forward. Officer, it was those 2 foreigners who scolded me first. They even pushed me. They were the ones who started it. You should arrest those 2 foreigners. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He looked very anxious. He was the one who got into a conflict with the foreigners on the plane. He was also the one who gathered the passengers to watch. Before this, he was actually very disdainful of Qin. He knew that he was a celebrity because his daughter, who was in junior high school, was chasing after this Qin. It was to the point of blindly worshipping him. Once, he heard his daughter talking to her classmate on the phone. She kept calling him husband. As a father, he was very worried. She was so shameless. Calling him husband at such a young age. She was so shameless. Also, that Qin was that flirtatious B***starred. Later, he found out that he was a celebrity and was very good at writing songs. As a middle-aged man who didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, that was all he knew about Qin. A few days ago, Qin hit someone. His daughter was very worried about it. She was afraid that her idol would be banned. It was good to be banned. It was good to be banned for such a scourge of young girls. Until an hour ago, when he was insulted and humiliated by two foreigners on the plane, no one stood up. Only this young man stood up. He was a celebrity and a public figure, but he still stood up. This young man was different. He was different from what he thought of as a young hunk. He was different from most ordinary people. He had guts. If he was caught and banned because of this matter, he would be the first to be indignant and would stand up to speak up. The crowd behind him echoed. Are they going to arrest him? Arrest my ass. Don't let them arrest him. That's still up to you. Let's take photos of these two people first. If Qin is arrested, we'll post it online and let the netizens search for them. One after another, they spoke up. The two policemen looked at each other. They were a little caught off guard. They had received a report from the airport that there was a fight on the plane. The two foreigners were the ones who were beaten up. As it was related to their foreign friends, they took it seriously and hurried over. There were so many people gathered here. Moreover, the crowd looked very agitated. Naturally, it attracted a lot of attention and interest. They gathered around to watch the show. What's going on? Why are you all gathered here? Oh, the police are here too. What happened? Someone answered, Qin is here. Qin? A surprised and excited voice sounded. Yes, Qin. He got into a fight on the plane just now, so the police came. Another fight? In the past, he didn't realize that Qin was so mischievous. Why was he always fighting? Was he really a bad person? And it's a foreigner, the man added. Whoa, what's going on? Did they hit a foreigner? Two foreigners scolded us Chinese as pigs on the plane. If that's the case, then he deserves a beating. More and more people gathered, and the chatter became louder and louder. When the two policemen saw the situation, they said a few words in a polite manner. The general meaning was that it was a routine matter and they were just asking about it. You guys do your thing, and we'll watch ours. Just pretend that we don't exist, the middle-aged man with glasses said. They looked at each other, then turned and went back into the house. On the leather sofa in the VIP room, Suyu tilted her head on Qin's shoulder and looked at her mobile phone. Qin hugged her waist and saw the door open again, so he let go of Suyu's waist. Police comrade, is there anything else? Out of curiosity, the two policemen's eyes fell on Suyu first, then turned to Qin and smiled bitterly. There are a lot of people outside, blocking us. We said that we didn't arrest you, but they just refused to leave. Qin understood and said, you go next door to make a statement first. I'll talk to them outside. He was a little surprised. After about half an hour at the airport, Qin went out and saw a dense group of people. He couldn't tell who were passengers on the same plane as him and who were just onlookers. Qin. Seeing him come out, there was a small scream and uproar in the crowd. Thank you for your concern. He bowed slightly. I'm fine, and nothing will happen. After all, it doesn't constitute a minor injury. The police have come forward to mediate our conflict, and I can leave soon. Let's disperse, everyone should have something to do, so don't waste time here. Are you really all right? The middle-aged man with glasses standing in front asked. It's all right. Qin nodded and smiled at him. Then we'll go when it's over. The middle-aged man said. There were no people gathered here, but more gathered, just like queuing up to buy tickets, a dense crowd of people. The behavior of fans picking up at the airport is to make a show and hype, but the premise is that the star doesn't appear in a high-profile appearance. If you wear a pair of sunglasses and a mask in and out of the airport, no one will notice, but if you don't have any cover and stand in the waiting hall, you will be surrounded by onlookers. Star effect. On the other side, two foreigners with obvious scars on their bodies shouted at the police, I don't accept mediation, you have to detain him. The girl translated in Chinese. Qin and Suyu were also in this VIP room, sitting on the side, calm and composed. The policeman said, this is not enough to constitute detention. In addition, if you don't accept mediation, the airline will sue both of you for obstruction of public order. You will go back to the police station with me and wait for the airline's prosecution. Or, you can go to the court and sue him yourself, at the cost of accepting the airline's lawsuit at the same time. Translate for him. The girl glanced at the policeman and whispered something to the two foreigners. The bias of the police has been obvious, but you can't find any fault with the bias within the law. The two foreigners looked unwilling and finally chose to accept the compensation and apologize. The girl translated awkwardly, they want 50,000 yuan. In fact, she didn't need to translate, Qin and Suyu could understand. You can go to the court and sue, I'll take it. Qin said lightly, go to the court and sue. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Even if I lose, it will only be a matter of tens of millions of yuan, but it will probably take a few months. The prosecution process, the court judgment, is too time-consuming, at least a month. Don't think that a lawsuit is a terrible thing. If it's a real fight, even if Qin loses in the end, the court's judgment is absolutely fair. A little injury may be fine the next day. How can you pay 50,000 yuan? You want to extort money? You think too much. The girl translated for the two foreigners and added her personal opinion. She felt that a lawsuit was troublesome and did not get any benefits. Suyu took out a pink wallet from a high-end LV bag, took out 5,000 yuan, threw it on the table, and spoke English. Qin can probably understand, 5,000 yuan, you take it, and you can reward me. I am not short of money. I want to go to court, and I am not afraid. The two foreigners looked up at Suyu. It was probably the first time that they felt a sense of oppression from her. This beautiful woman suddenly became strong and fierce. They were a little confused. Looking at the police again, they were expressionless. They were a little disappointed that they didn't get the VIP treatment that they imagined. After judging the situation, they chose to accept the compensation and apology. Apologize, crossed out. The front door was blocked, but it didn't matter. The VIP room had more than one door. It had 3 doors. Qin and Suyu left from the side door, wearing masks and sunglasses, 2 people in a suitcase. Qin pulled, and Suyu took his arm. The husband and wife followed, and Suyu also put on a mask and sunglasses. Out of the waiting hall, Qin found a black commercial car on the side of the road, confirmed the license plate number, and led Suyu to walk over. The car arrived half an hour ago. Almost as soon as Qin front foot landed, it arrived at the airport to pick him up. It was the car called by his uncle to pick him up. In the process of Qin dealing with the foreign incident, his uncle called him several times. Qin only said that he had something to deal with and asked him to wait. For this reason, the commercial car was driven by the traffic police again and again on and off the Duga, and finally Qin and Suyu came out. Opening the door, in the spacious car, sat the smiling uncle and an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Qin froze in place. The man looked over. Across a pair of sunglasses, the two men looked at each other, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Su Guang noticed Su Yao's tense body and involuntarily clenched fists. Suyu also noticed Qin Zai's stiff arm, and she was holding Qin Zai's arm. Ace, come in, don't stand, and President Su, long time no see, you are getting more and more beautiful. Su Guang's laughter broke the silence of the two men. After that, he got out of the car, took the suitcase in Qin Zai's hand, and threw it into the back seat of the commercial car. Qin Zai and Suyu got in the car and sat down. The commercial car drove smoothly along the Duga, and the airport was left behind, turning into a vague black spot, and then gradually disappearing. Do you want a drink? Su Guang asked, and he had taken out a bottle of champagne, set the glass, and poured the wine. This commercial car is very high-end, and it is the same grade as the nanny car used by his sister, starting at 1 million. Ace, uncle did a good job this time. Don't be too good. Su Guang smiled and pretended to be relaxed. Let me introduce you, Su Yao, uncle's old friend, thanks to his help this time. Don't look at how unreliable your uncle has been these past few years. Not everyone around him is a scoundrel. He handed a glass of champagne to Qin Zai. Qin Zai's eyes fell on Su Yao, and he said lightly, I have seen you before. Clang. The goblet fell to the ground, and the wine spilled all over the floor. Su Guang. Chapter 578. The smile on Su Guang's face disappeared. This heartless man for more than 10 years had a rare panic, but he covered it up in a very short time. Oh, my hand is numb, oh, sorry. He hurriedly bowed his head to pick up the broken goblet. Qin Zai kicked it and swept the goblet aside. Uncle, let someone clean it up after the car stops. Be careful not to scratch your hand. Perhaps Qin Zai's tone was too strange and dull. Su Guang's face was uncontrollable panic. His expression and subtle behavior fell into Qin Zai's eyes one by one. It confirmed some speculations in his heart. His heart was cold. Su Yao smiled and reached out his hand. I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect Ah Guang's nephew to be the famous Qin Zai. Qin Zai hesitated a little and shook hands with him. It's a small world, we met last time. Yes, we meet again. Su Yao smiled very gently, and his words and deeds gave people a sense of relaxation like a spring breeze, without the oppression of a billionaire. Qin Zai glanced at his uncle, who was a little confused and nervous, and explained, I saw Boss Su when I was shooting Journey to the West with my sister last time. Thank you, Boss Su, for your help. Otherwise, we might have a little trouble. Right, you Suyu suddenly realized and finally remembered this familiar face. That day, she drove and collided with the front of a Rolls-Royce. The two sides had a quarrel, and the traffic police rushed over. She thought that the follow-up would be a little troublesome. Finally, a middle-aged man came over and slapped the Rolls-Royce owner, and then there was no then. The main reason was that Suyao was too ordinary, and Suyu couldn't remember him for a while. If he was not handsome enough, how could he attract the attention of beautiful girls? A handsome uncle like Su Guang's uncle can make people remember him. It's purely the degree of visual impact. It's like a very ordinary boy, acting handsome in front of the goddess, and when he turns around, the goddess forgets him. And a handsome boy, if he drives a luxury car, even if he does nothing, his handsome face and chic back will be deeply imprinted in the goddess's heart. The conclusion: what kind of wife is ugly? The conclusion was, if you don't have money, how can you marry a wife? Aya, so that's what's going on. Ape dung, ape dung. Su Guangda shouted and slapped his thigh. His movements were a little exaggerated, and his smile contained 3 parts luck, 3 parts relaxation, 3 parts fear, and 1 part nervousness. Uncle felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Thank you for your help, Mr. Su. Suyu stretched out her white and tender hand and shook hands with Su Yao. Su Yao also stretched out his hand and held Su Yu's small hand. At the same time, he looked at her wantonly. That was the gaze of an elder looking at a junior. It was also the gaze of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. No, it was the gaze of a father looking at his daughter-in-law. Perhaps because his gaze was too undisguised, Su Guang touched Su Yao's arm without a trace. Su Yao hurriedly retracted his hand and smiled gently. It's nothing. Su Yao was satisfied with his first impression of her. From what Su Guang had said, she seemed to be A's secretary. In addition, A seemed to have a real girlfriend. His smile made Su Yu stunned. This gentle smile had a strong sense of déjà vu. She couldn't help but turn to look at Qin Zhe. Well, it was an 80% similar smile. The car sped on the highway, and they didn't know where to go. Qin Zhe didn't care. He stared at Su Yao and said, Mr. Su is also surnamed Su. He is an old friend of my uncle. Is he also from Su Town? This question made Su Guang and Su Yao's eyelids twitch at the same time. Yes. He's uncle's childhood friend. He used to wear the same pants. Su Guang covered up his embarrassment with exaggerated laughter. When I was in junior high school, his family moved away. I haven't seen him for many years. But in these few years when my uncle was down, I was grateful for his care. Qin Zhe nodded, suddenly. I knew it. When I was at Aunt Su's house, I didn't see Mr. Su. Su Yao's hand holding the goblet was white. Su Guang felt guilty and kept warning his childhood friend with his eyes. He said in his heart, you have to hold on. Don't collapse. Qin Zhe spoke in a completely casual tone. It was like meeting a fellow villager in a foreign place and couldn't help but talk about the scenery of his hometown to try to get closer. Even Su Yao, who had rich experience, couldn't hear the slightest hint of sarcasm in his words. Su Yao forced a smile. Which Aunt Su? He didn't care about his childhood friend who kept winking at him. Come on, your expression is so rich. Do you think my A's is a fool? Keep your expression to yourself. Su Yu was a little strange. She saw her uncle winking at Mr. Su. Did he have an eye disease? Su Ru. Qin Zhe said. Oh. I have an impression of her. She is a very gentle sister. Su Yao smiled. It was a forced smile. This was the best time to end the topic. He really shouldn't continue to linger on it, but there was a reluctance in his heart that made him ask again, what do you think of Su Ru? Qin Zhe smiled and said in a normal tone, yes, very gentle. She is very good to me, just like my mother. Clang. After his fingertips trembled, the goblet in Su Yao's hand fell. Su Guang, driver, drive steadily. What's the matter with the shaking? Do you want to work or not? Su Guang was angry and turned to the driver and yelled. Driver? At 6:00, in the afterglow of the setting sun, the business car stopped outside a hotel. There was a social event in the evening. Qin Zhe was going to meet and eat with the boss of the VR manufacturer. Any business can be discussed at the dinner table. This is the culture of the dinner table in China. From public to private, even if they still have to negotiate and discuss in the bright meeting room, the dinner table is like a process that can never be avoided. There is nothing in the world that can't be solved at the dinner table. If there is, it is on a woman's thigh. After getting out of the car, out of some tacit understanding, Su Guang and Su Yao walked in front, Su Yu and Qin Zhe were behind, and the two sides kept a distance that they could whisper without being heard. Does he know something? I always feel uneasy. Su Guang's voice was very weak. Su Yao was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, don't think too much. What can he know? No one said anything about the past. He can't check it. Su Guang said, but my nephew, in recent years, has been very strange. He used to be like an ugly duckling, but suddenly he became different. Su Yao's face was complicated, and no one knew what he was thinking. Also, your behavior in the car was too abnormal. He will definitely pay special attention to you afterward. Su Guang regretted. I'm so stupid. I shouldn't have promised you. Don't tell my sister about this, or I will die miserably. Su Yao shook his head, no. In short, no matter what, you have seen him. After this meal, go back to your Wen city tomorrow. Don't ask him for his number, and don't contact him privately. Otherwise, we can't be brothers. Su Guang warned. I can't go tomorrow. I want to invest in his VR equipment factory. Su Yao said. Hearing this, Su Guang's face changed. Don't be nervous, Su Yao shook his head, it's not too complicated. I just want to help. I owe him too much. Just give me a chance to make up for it. Su Guang gritted his teeth. Not far behind. Su Yu hugged Qin Zai's arm. She was tall, and she could kiss Qin Zai's lips with a little tiptoe. She whispered in his ear, That's Su Yao, he looks at you strangely. What's strange? Qin Zai asked. Su Yu thought for a while and shook her head, I can't say, but he has been peeking at you, looking at you carefully, which makes people feel uncomfortable. Is he? She hesitated for a moment, is he gay? Qin Zai, you've been reading recently, beautiful? Ah, you even know about this. Su Yu said, I just finished reading a book called Devil's Patriarch. Two men lived shamelessly. That kind of life makes me shudder just thinking about it. How could you girls like it? Qin Zai imagined two men lying in bed, giving each other a handle. I think it's very loving. Where's the love? Su Yu raised her eyebrows, stretched out her hand and slapped Qin Zai's strong buttocks, and said in a rough voice, Good brother, do you want to do it? Qin Zai glanced at her chest and sneered, Little brother, wait for me tonight. The topic of conversation inexplicably changed to a completely different topic. I feel that if we make a gay-themed movie, it may be popular, and it will definitely be very popular with female audiences. You're a beautiful man, why are you gay? Chapter 579. Along with the ups and downs of the mountains, the gentle curves, a loud and clear male voice exploded. Qin Zai was shocked at first, and then found that the voice was very familiar. Wasn't it his song, Borrow from the Heavens for 500 Years? In front, Su Guang and Su Yao went to get their phones together. Mine. Su Guang said. Qin Zai, it was a déjà vu that could not be any more familiar. Every time the song of the donkey came to mind, he and his sister would subconsciously reach for their phones because their ringtones were the same. I have a little sister, but I never ride, then the siblings hurried to get their phones. Su Yao also set this song as his ringtone. They were really good brothers and had the same taste. A middle-aged man stood at the door of the hotel with a smile on his face and came to greet Qin Zai and others. The vice president of the VR equipment factory, surnamed Go. As soon as they met, he warmly shook hands with Qin Zai and Su Yao, but when it came to Su Yu, he smiled and nodded. Qin Zai noticed that his eyes first fell on himself, then Su Yao, and finally Su Yu. He just glanced at them. The small details were very comfortable. With Su Yu's appearance, everywhere she went was a beautiful scenery. It was normal for men to instinctively look at her a few more times. But he didn't. Old fox. Buy what bracelets? Life just got better, and you started to play around. Su Guang's tone was unhappy. Mom said to buy it and you bought it? How long will it take for us to earn 50,000 yuan? Sister's money is not money. What era is it? The family bracelet is not popular, and Ye doesn't need it. Bao Bao, you don't have to worry about it. Su Guang hung up the phone. Qin Zai asked, Grandma wants bracelets? Uncle waved his hand. Your grandma likes this. She especially likes jade. She said that she wants to buy a pair. She will wear it first and pass it to Bao Bao and Ye in the future. In fact, she wants to wear it. My goodness, a pair of jade bracelets costs 50,000 yuan. Qin Zai frowned and said, if Grandma wants to buy it, then buy it for her. 50,000 yuan is nothing. You can't say that. Our family has been poor for so many years. We can't squander money when we have money, right? Uncle said in a serious tone. Qin Zai was stunned. He thought to himself, go eat sh*t. What right do you have to say that? Su Yu's eyes lit up and he wrote it down in a small notebook. He would buy a pair for his grandmother later. The group of people entered the elevator, and President Go pressed the button eagerly. The elevator door closed, and the elevator rose slowly. Qin was a little angry. "You don't have to pay, I'll pay." "It was your family's money," said Uncle. My family doesn't have 50,000 yuan. Uncle was a hoodlum. The Su family had been very poor these years. Her aunt's salary was enough to maintain the living expenses of the family of 4. In fact, Qinma had transferred the tuition fees to her grandmother's account. Qin didn't know about these things until later. Qinma didn't tell them. Now the Qin family was not short of money. When the siblings went home on weekends, they would occasionally give Qinma a sum of money, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Qinma couldn't spend it all. She would spend part of it to help her family, and the rest would be saved for her son's wife. Qin's wife's money, his mother had a copy, and his sister had a copy. He was so happy that he could marry 2 wives. Or should he save a copy with his grandfather? Uncle added, "It's not like there are no jades at home. Your grandmother still has a few pieces, but she won't sell them. I remember when you were a child, you wanted to buy toys, but your father was black-hearted. He thought it was too expensive and didn't buy it for you. He also beat you. At that time, it was Uncle who paid for it for you." Qin said, "There was such a thing, so I paid for the bracelet." Uncle often bought him good things when he was a child. Qin remembered this in his heart. If Uncle hadn't been so good to him, Qin wouldn't have cared about him. "Uncle, could it be that you've always wanted to raise me up?" "I didn't mean that." Su Guang said, "Why should a child want a toy, but the adults don't buy it because it's too expensive, and beat people? When the adults are old, they want to buy some expensive things, and the children have to grit their teeth and buy it for them. Because we have to respect the elders." Qin said. "Don't you have to love the young?" Uncle asked. Qin was speechless. "You have to repay the kindness of your parents for raising you." Suyu interrupted. "Your parents gave birth to you and raised you. When they are old, you have to raise them," Uncle said. Suyu was speechless. Qin thought that Uncle must have been beaten by Grandpa for the same reason when he was a child. Some parents were reluctant to spend money on toys for their children. When the children cried, they would beat them. They just had to be responsible for raising them. In the future, when they were old, the children just had to be responsible for their retirement. It made sense. He was speechless. "What Boss Su said makes sense, ha ha ha." Boss Go echoed on the side. "I'm just saying." Su Guang said, "But my mother isn't like that. She doted on me since I was a child. I still have to buy what should be bought." After a pause, he said, "Wait a little longer." Qin's heart moved. After saying so much, he actually wanted to buy a bracelet for his old mother out of his own pocket. He didn't want to use the Qin family's money anymore. He didn't want to owe them. Although he was still supported by his nephew, it was still his own labor. Ding! The elevator opened. The layout of the 21st floor was good. The lights were bright but not dazzling. The decoration was new, and there were many guests. As soon as he entered, he could see the guests around the square black crystal table, eating and chatting. Waiters in uniforms came and went. Because of his identity, Qin wore a mask and sunglasses when he got off the car. It wasn't good to turn the shop into a fan meeting. They entered a very spacious private room. There was only one table, and it was almost full. Several leaders of the VR equipment factory and 2 leaders of the inspection team that Qin hired. Beside each man, there was a young and beautiful woman accompanying them. "Sit down, don't be surprised." It was normal. What was this? The big shots were talking about business at the table, and there were female celebrities accompanying them. Qin looked at the scene in the private room and cursed in his heart. Sister owes me the identity of a big shot. The main character was here. Qin took off his sunglasses and mask. Many people in the private room were shocked. The only people present who knew that Qin Zhe was coming were the two leaders of the exam team, as well as the CEO and vice president of the VR factory. The others probably didn't know about Qin Zhe, especially the girl who was drinking with him. Her eyes lit up. She was surprised and excited. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would probably scream. Except for one girl. When she saw Qin Zhe, she was stunned. Qin Zhe looked around and found her in the next moment. He was slightly stunned. "Boss Qin, come here, sit here." A half-bald middle-aged man got up enthusiastically and greeted Qin Zhe to take a seat. He was the boss of the VR equipment factory, surnamed Lu. "You two, Boss Su, also sit together, waiting for you to start the banquet." Qin Zhe took back his gaze, responded, and couldn't help but look at the girl. "It's a small world. Remember, she said before that she was from Shenzhen." Su Yu frowned slightly. "Flirting in front of me?" After taking their seats, Qin Zhe and the VR equipment factory's CEO drank and talked happily. The enthusiasm was high. Every man was accompanied by a woman, who was responsible for pouring wine. Occasionally, they were hugged by a shoulder and waist. Their job. Su Yu sat next to Qin Zhe. Of course, Su Yu didn't sit here as a hostess. She attended in the name of one of the purchasers, but she was happy to have Qin Zhe hug her waist. However, Qin Zhe didn't. It wasn't because he was pretentious, but because of his identity. Even if they were a couple, he couldn't hug Su Yu like other men hugged hostesses. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Zong said with emotion, "I entered this industry in 2014. At that time, the entire VR industry had just started. If you wanted to buy better equipment, you had to go abroad. Now, domestic manufacturers are not as numerous as the hairs on a cow, but at least they're not rare. VR experience halls are everywhere in big cities, and the application prospects are getting better and better. It's suitable for almost all industries and is one of the trends of future technology." His brother was very talkative, and he was a professional, so he praised the VR industry to the sky. These words were for Qin Zhe and the others to hear. It was a bit like bragging. He definitely couldn't say things like, "Oh, this industry is very competitive. I can't see the future for the time being. I can't do it anymore." Qin Zhe clinked glasses with him and smiled. "Since you can't bear to part with it, why did Lu Zong sell it?" Lu Zong sighed. "The investors withdrew their investment. They don't have the money to do research." Vice President Go immediately said, "Lu Zong refused to sell at first and wanted to get more investors, but you didn't agree to invest and only wanted to buy it. We only decided to sell it because of CEO Su." Lu Zong continued, "We're also tight on money. Unlike CEO Qin, who has such great achievements at such a young age and doesn't have to worry about funds. We're just small businesses. Once we stop investing. Let's drink." He seemed to realize that he had said too much and quickly stopped. While everyone was still tipsy and drinking to their heart's content, Boss Lu rubbed his hands and said, "It's like this, Boss Qin. Previously, we agreed on a 50% discount for all the equipment, but I feel that more than half of the equipment in the factory was newly purchased last year, so I want to add 10% to the original price." Qin Zhe did some mental calculations. 10% was a few million. Su Yao frowned. Without waiting for Qin Zhe to speak, he said unhappily, "Lu Zong, didn't we agree?" Lu Zong smiled and didn't say anything. Vice President Go said, "CEO Su, didn't we come here to talk about this? This isn't a one-time deal, and we're not buying groceries. We have to talk more." Qin Zhe smiled. Let's drink." The group raised their glasses. After drinking, Qin Zhe picked up a mouthful of food, chewed slowly, swallowed, and said slowly, "Lu Zong, let's talk." Chapter 580. Go ahead, Boss Qin. Lu Zong was all ears. This was called retreating in order to advance. Listen to what the other party had to say first. Many times, it was not the person who spoke who held the initiative. Experts did not just listen and not speak, but they would catch other people's flaws. Moreover, Qin Zhe's songwriting skills were known to everyone, but different professions were worlds apart. As for how good his skills were, they had to listen to what he had to say first. Since you're talking about the prospects of VR technology, let's talk about this first. Actually, before we decided to buy it, we did market research. VR experience halls are indeed everywhere, but for this thing, some shops lose money and some shops earn money. To put it bluntly, it's like the Kaisha County Grand Hotel. If you choose a good location, you'll naturally earn money. If you choose a bad location, you'll definitely lose money. That's why it's been popular in recent years, but it hasn't been popular. Why? Because the technology is not mature and can't be popularized. And since the concept of VR was proposed until now, it can't be said that it has reached a bottleneck, but at least in the next 5 to 10 years, it will be difficult to have a new breakthrough. Actually, there's no point in saying all this. Since I want to buy it, I naturally like its prospects. It's just that I have the money to spend, but you don't. It's just that I have to make it clear that it's not as good as you praise it to be. Lu Zong chuckled. It's like buying clothes. The shop owner said, my clothes are high-quality goods and are very expensive. The buyer said, your clothes don't feel good. This material will wrinkle after washing for a long time. One praises it, while the other belittles it. Since it's so bad, you might as well not buy it. However, the seller would not say such things because they still wanted to sell it no matter what. Let's talk about profits. The reason why I like your factory is because it's taking the high-end route. It's the kind of business that doesn't run for half a month and runs for 3 months. Your factory's main source of income now is the maintenance and repair of the VR experience hall's equipment. Occasionally, you'll sell a few large-scale VR equipment. The profits are not bad. However, in our line of work, the real loss is in the research and development area. It's too expensive. However, if you don't innovate and only sell equipment to survive, you won't be able to catch up with the times in a few years. Look at the high-end VR developers now. They all have big financial backers behind them. Lu Zong, it's precisely because it's taking the high-end route, isn't it? Value is relative. Qin Zhe said, let's put it this way. The demand for equipment in the experience centers is already saturated. It's not like the big hotels in Shaoxian, which are everywhere. One street can have 2. It would be considered good if there were 10 VR experience halls in the entire CBD area. And these 10 families might not even buy a new set of equipment for an entire year. It was precisely because he encountered such a development bottleneck that Lu Zong gave up the idea of continuing to wade in muddy waters. Am I right? Lu Zong and Mr. Go looked at each other and gasped. He was an expert. He had done some research on it. He had earned quite a bit of money over the years, but his development had indeed reached a bottleneck. If he continued in this line of work, it would only become more and more difficult. To them, the peak of their strength had already passed, and the next step was a long downhill slope. Thus, they had the idea of retreating safely. Qin Zhe said, actually, the best choice for us is to directly transport the equipment back to Shanghai and set up the factory in Shanghai. You also know that my roots are in Shanghai. Shenzhen is too far away, and it's not easy to manage. So, you'll have to pay for the severance of your employees yourself. Lu Zong's expression changed slightly. This was a huge expense. There was a contract. If he did not pay the severance, he would be sued. He could not be like Huang He and run away with his sister-in-law, right? And this sister-in-law of his wife. He could not help but look at the delicate woman beside him. His sister-in-law was a top graduate from Shanghai. She had worked in Shanghai for half a year. After breaking up with her boyfriend, she returned to Shenzhen and was currently his secretary in his office. His wife had specially arranged for her to be his secretary. His wife gave her sister to him. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he remove the threat of the secretary, but he also arranged for a spy. Lu Zong often had dinner parties, and he would bring his sister-in-law along. However, considering the trouble of hiring in the future, the current decision is based on the situation, Qin Zhe said. His meaning was clear. Don't raise the price, or we'll hurt each other. I'll give you the extra money. You can use it as severance pay. Lu Zong's expression did not change. He smiled and said, let's drink, let's drink. Come to my office tomorrow to talk about business matters. They would continue to wrangle tomorrow, but Qin Zhe planned to see how the factory was doing. Suya watched silently with a smile on his face. There was a fatherly relief in his eyes. Perhaps in some aspects, he was still immature in front of him, a senior who had been in the business world for more than 10 years, but his mentality and tone were unusually calm. This was worthy of praise. When Suyao first negotiated with others, his legs were trembling. The meal was at 9:30 in the evening. Lu Zong proposed to sing. The social activities of adults were basically this process: dinner, nightclub, and sex. Everything could be settled over a wine table. Not good? Okay, on the woman's thigh. Still not good? Then in the body. After singing later, Lu Zong planned to put women in Qin Zhe's room. He had not figured out the relationship between Qin Zhe and Suyu, so he thought he was an ordinary partner. But Qin Zhe was a big star and should have seen a lot of beautiful women. He was thinking about where to find the best quality women. He had to choose the best Korean semi-permanent, or he would not be able to serve this great god. I'm singing, so I won't go. Qin Zhe smiled and said, it's not convenient with my identity. Then, okay. Lu Zong said, I'll send you upstairs. Thank you. The hotel room was upstairs. By the way, this was a 5-star hotel. This kind of hotel did not have flirtatious men calling at night, because those who could afford to stay in a 5-star hotel had plenty of partners. After sending Qin Zhe and the others to their rooms, Lu Zong, Mr. Go, and the others went downstairs together. In Lu Zong's Mercedes-Benz, his sister-in-law was sitting in the back seat looking at her mobile phone. The driver saw him come down and quickly got out of the car to open the door. Brother-in-law, the sister-in-law suddenly shouted, and then there was no follow-up. She looked a little confused. Lu Zong looked at her blankly. She drank a lot with him during the dinner and probably got a little drunk. She asked, which room is Qin Zhe in? Lu Zong was stunned. Room 2208. Hey, Dandan, where are you going? Let's go home. I'll be right back. The sister-in-law hurried back to the hotel. The hotel room was decorated very well, worthy of the 5-star title. There was a fruit plate on the table that the waiter had just sent up, free of charge. There was a small fridge in the cabinet with wine and drinks. Most importantly, there was a river outside the hotel. When he opened the window, the night breeze blew on his face, very comfortable. Qin Zhe washed his face, wiped it clean, and ate a few pieces of watermelon. There was a knock on the door. He walked over to open the door. Suyu was standing at the door, looking around. He. He, Qin Zhe said grumpily. Hubby, he. Suyu's beautiful face was full of mischief. She narrowed her eyes, and her long eyelashes brushed into a black shadow. Just the two of them, how wonderful. Come on, fair-weather friend, Qin Zhe said. Fair-weather friend? Suyu did not understand. A friend who has physical relations after drinking. Huh? So I'm just a fair-weather friend? When you endure the humiliation of being under my crotch, we'll upgrade to a bosom friend. He. The two of them looked at each other, like a married couple looking at each other. The whole world turned yellow just like that. Qin Zhe pulled Suyu into the room, carried her in his arms, and threw her on the bed without any pity. A hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. Wash, shower, Suyu panted. Shower first. Shower after you're done. No, don't, then let's shower together. There's a bathtub anyway. I'll go fill the water. Qin Zhe went into the toilet and turned on the tap. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Qin Zhe walked out of the toilet and opened the door. Seeing the person at the door, he was stunned. A little cabbage, his little cabbage from back then. Qin Zhe, can we talk? Little cabbage said. Aze, who is it? Suyu sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window. Little cabbage's gaze swept over Qin Zhe's shoulder, and the two women's eyes met. Little cabbage said, I haven't seen you in many years. Can we talk alone? Qin Zhe looked at her subtle and complicated expression, sighed in his heart, and nodded. Okay.